So I'm audible, no, Venkatesh sir?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah, okay.
Sir, presently unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Unmute yourself, sorry. So, hello everyone. So, welcome to the discussion on UPSC Prelims exam. Welcome all. I welcome all of you to the Nirnay IAS English platform, wherein which we discuss the prelims analysis. So, the first impressions, as I have gone through and also spoken with our esteemed faculties here, it seems that the paper is somewhat moderate, tricky, approachable. It is not like 2023 where it is like a bouncer for most of you guys, and it is not like easy like 2024. So it is somewhere in between. Okay, so this is the first impression. I see that there is a proper distribution of even the subject-wise analysis also in terms of number of questions. I see that there is no significant overload on one subject at the cost of another. Most of the subjects are around 15 here and there, right? So it feels that there is a decent amount of divisions and all. So what we will do is we'll take a preliminary analysis of all the subjects, and then I will start with geography, discussing all the answers for the questions being asked. So for the thing for geography, the first impression is what I felt was, once again, mapping has become very, very important. People who have listened to the class very well, who has applied the concepts, they're able to answer it. Climatology, mapping, once again, has a major hold. So approachable questions are quite good. And when I see polity, usually I always I start my analysis with polity, economy, and then geography, despite me being a geography faculty, right? Because you know that geography, economy, and polity, if you do well, usually the chances of clearing the exam is much more higher. Okay, there is no biasness to my subject. It is all about clearing the exam, right? So I feel that even those questions are also approachable. So overall geography, I think that the one who has done mapping well, who has conceptual clarity well, which is what I always try to emphasize in the class, focus on concepts, focus on mapping, I think you should be doing well. Nevertheless, all these are learning curves. Competition is always the first learning in terms of understanding about life and all these things for so many of you. So in that way also, it is a learning curve. So please understand, analyze, and move forward. This is what I would say for now. So let's introduce Kiran sir with respect to the polity questions and understand how the questions have been coming up from polity. Yes, Kiran sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Venkatesh sir. Welcome to all. I welcome you all to Nirnay IAS. As I always emphasize, the aspirants should focus on the core subject, conceptual clarity, the philosophy behind the concepts. Same thing have been asked in the mains. Sorry, I'm extremely sorry. The prelims exam that in the morning it was conducted. Around 20 questions from polity and governance, around 7 questions from IR, of course. Again, there will be intersection between environmental issues and international relations, current affairs, and polity governance. Whatever I discussed in prelims booster classes and most important MCQs, most of them have appeared in the exam. And what we have to learn from today's exam, as all of the faculty of Nirnay IAS, the eminent faculties of Nirnay IAS emphasize, please focus on the core subject, conceptual clarity, the philosophy behind the concepts. Then current-based questions will be cakewalk for you. So with this, I invite Arafat sir.
Arafat sir, as I see history, as I saw the question on Raja Ramohan Rai, I felt very happy. Is that the case about the other questions, or there is some twist?
No, sir, not at all. So I would say, as far as history questions are concerned, they were fairly straightforward.
Yeah.
They were not at all difficult, I would say. Altogether, 16 questions have come. But unlike the previous year, where there were hardly any questions from modern Indian history. But this year, after a gap of about 2-3 years, we once again see a more number of questions being asked from modern India. So altogether, there were about 16 questions from ancient, medieval, modern, and art and culture put together, of which half, exactly half, 8 questions came from modern Indian history alone. And mind you, all 8 questions, they were evenly spread out from almost all aspects of modern Indian history, and they were fairly easy. As far as history is concerned, of the 16 questions, 8 came from modern Indian history, 6 came from ancient India, which again shows that UPSC is very keen on asking relatively more number of questions from ancient India, which usually many of the aspirants miss out. So 6 questions came from ancient India, but this year we only had 1 question from art and culture, just 1 question, and 1 question from medieval India, and that too not a very difficult question. So I would say the paper was moderate to easy. There were only 2 questions. There were only 2 difficult questions. 14 out of the 16, they were moderate to easy. At least 7 questions were, I would say, on the easier side. They were easy. And important thing is, by God's grace, whatever we discussed in the class, many of them, so of the 16 questions, in fact, 13 turned out from, they luckily, it might not happen all the time, but the questions, many of them, they came from directly from our class notes. So the students should not have felt any difficulty at all in answering the questions. So that's my initial impression.
Okay. Dhananjay sir, as I go through all the other questions, say for example, we expected questions on EV and all, they have come up. We have expected questions on NATO, that is also there. So there is a fair bit of expected questions which came across different subjects. So can I consider the same for economy as well, or what are your views on that?
Yes, sir. Good evening, aspirants. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, sir. What your analysis is correct as far as economics is also considered. As we have discussed in our prelims boost stocks class and as well as our regular class, one thing that we observe is the questions have been picked up from the traditional areas. Be it economic survey, there are 2 questions. Totally, there were 14 questions this time in core economics. So 2 questions were from economic survey directly that we have discussed in the class. And subsequently, if you look at the way in which they are focusing, we expected questions on universal unified payment interface, because France Prime Minister has come, that we have said, and that question was asked. And then we have expected some questions on BRICS related issues. As far as economics is considered, that was asked. This year, there were some questions on the so-called IBRT and the so-called World War related issues, because it has been almost 8 years, and that was also in news recently because Mr. Trump has frequently spoken about it. So if you observe, the questions as far as economics is considered, they are from the so-called traditional areas. However, this time what I observe is they have went in depth of that analysis, sir. Out of these 14 questions, 8 questions were directly from the notes itself, and the remaining questions that has to be derived. Say, for example, this time they have asked about, until last year, they used to ask about primary deficit, revenue deficit. This time they have given analysis, calculation, and this is also we expected. The reason is, for the first time in the history of India, if you look at the tax exemptions that Finance Minister Srimati Sitaraman has given, this is the first tax exemptions that to that scale it was given, and we expected that there are going to be some calculative component here. You have to calculate and you have to derive the answer. Fortunately, there were 2 questions more. Both of them are very easy that were discussed in the class. So they went into calculative part this time. They gave some figures. They asked you to derive the conclusions. So this is one new thing, new trend in economics. So overall, out of these 14 questions, traditional areas, they have asked the questions. Out of these 14, I think 11 questions are moderate. 11 questions are moderate and 3 questions were difficult. So I say 80% of the paper is moderate. So overall, what I say as far as economics is considered, it is from moderate to difficulty level, inclined towards moderation. So that is my preliminary analysis as far as this economics is considered, sir.
Okay, that's great, sir. Dhananjay sir. So aspirants, I think you got a good overview of how the majority of the questions are being asked. So before we discuss science and technology, environment and all, we will start with geography. So now I will start with geography. I will analyze all the questions with answers and all. Then we will have our esteemed faculty of economics, Dhananjay sir will take over. After that, the stewardess of Kiran sir would be taking over the polity. And last, then history, Arafat sir. And after that, once again, I'll be back with some other things. So we'll start with geography now. So if you see, we are analyzing set D. So aspirants, you can see the set D here. So I will start with this. So geography, I can see the 6th question is part of the geography. So let's see. Yeah, this is quite an interesting question. Consider the following countries: United Kingdom, Denmark, New Zealand, Australia, Brazil. How many about the countries have more than 4 time zones? So time zones. So what geographical knowledge we have about time zones? Remember I told you about longitudes. The more the longitudinal extent of a country, you tend to have more time zones. That is number one. And the other one I told you, the trickiness. Because countries like Europe, like France, UK, they have colonial history. They have their areas spread across the world. So they tend to also have more amount of time zones. With these two concepts, let us see what can we answer. So how many questions they're asking? How many of the countries have more than 4 time zones? United Kingdom. You have this statement, no? The sun never sets in the British Empire. If that is the case, it is across the world, right? So definitely it has more time zones. Recently, Denmark, you have our US President, Donald Trump, claiming that they would take Greenland and all. And by that Greenland, you should have analyzed that Greenland is all associated with the autonomous territory associated with Denmark. So with that, a huge area of Denmark, as a huge area of Greenland associated with Denmark and UK, I would definitely consider that both would be having more time zones, UK and Denmark. Australia is also the same. New Zealand is also having a very different time zones, but Brazil has only 4 time zones. The question is asking around how many of the countries have more than 4 time zones. So with that, the answer would be only Brazil is not having more than 4. It is only exactly 4. So the option is B, only 4. So the option is B, only 4. Moving forward to the next question. Yeah, this is once again another interesting question. Now, this is also mostly an applied based, right? In our class, when we have studied this, do you remember I always used to tell you this aspect of, what do you say? When you cross about this area, just a minute, guys. Just a minute. Yeah. When you cross the international date line, I always have a funnier analysis, no? Do you remember February 14th? What to do to bypass February 14th? We all have this logic, no? Going to areas around the international date line and cross it so that none of us, if we are single, none of us would be calling us from on that day, right? Do you remember that analysis? If you apply the same logic, you will get this answer. So you see this? There is a city called Anandere in Siberia and Nome in Alaska. They are a few kilometers from each other, right? Anandere and Alaska, right? But when people are waking up and getting set for breakfast in these cities, it would be different days. We all know that international date line along the Bering Strait cuts across Alaska of USA and Russia. So that is the Siberia. So definitely there are 2 different areas, 2 different time zones, 2 different dates also, calendar dates, right? Now, We know that the sun rises first in the east, Japan, right? So Siberia is along that part. So the sun rises first. So they receive the sunlight first. Then the sun, as the earth rotates from west to east, you will see sunlight cutting across Japan and then the other parts of Asia like India, then into West Asia, then into Africa, Europe, and then into the Americas, right? If that is the case, Alaska will be finally getting the sunlight. So when it is Monday in Anandir, is it Tuesday or is it Sunday? So Anandir is in Siberia, right? And Nome is in Alaska. So they are behind. Alaskans are behind. You all have the logic. We all are Indians. Most of us will tend to have some kind of our relatives across the world. If you see that, when do you speak with them? We are early or they are early in terms of that? We are early, they are behind. So even if you apply that logic, when it is Monday in Anandir, it is Sunday. Cannot be Tuesday. So the second option is wrong. So with that, the answer is A. These are the questions which you should not miss in the exam, right? So I think this is how you have to think. Be calm. That's why we always emphasize. Be calm. Never be extremely tensed. When you are extremely tensed, maybe then Anandir will be in Alaska and Nome would be in Siberia. You would shift the question altogether, right? So don't do those things. Then let us move forward to the next question. So now I'll be running behind. 9th question. Okay. Now you see how many times I have told you in the class that all the renewable energy minerals are very important. And in the class, we have told you Chile, Bolivia, Argentina triangle, lithium. And most of you guys have studied n number of times. There is not much of an emphasis. Everyone knows about option 2. Indonesia, nickel. Indonesia, I have told you that. Why are we going as of now for deep sea mining across the oceans? I told you that one of the important renewable energy mineral like nickel is found in the rainforest. Do you remember that I have told you in the class? Rainforest is part of the equatorial climate, and we know that Indonesia is part of that. I've clearly told you that Indonesia, even this is also right. Then, now this is extra knowledge. If people have studied the current affairs, they have found a rare diamond in Botswana in the last year, they would have got this answer right. If not, I always give you some tasks. And you know that one of my tasks happens to be a movie. There's a wonderful movie called as Blood Diamond. Have you watched that movie? You will know that how Africa country has around so many resources, how they are unfortunately not getting the benefits out of their existing resources. We have discussed once. If you have applied that logic, so people who are some movie buff, even who watches some movies, even they also can get the Botswana as diamond, or even from geographically, you can also answer, right? Aspirants, am I right on that? Am I right? So with this, you can get this right. So how many of them? All of the 3 are correct. All of the 3 are correct. It is a quietly an easy question. Definitely Chile and Indonesia are approachable. Might be not with Botswana, but for some. But 2 and 3 are very, very approachable. Then moving forward to the next question. Now, this is firstly a current affairs question. Okay. Now you see. Now they have given some regions. They have given the countries. Now this is like, after seeing the questions, the freshers might think in this way that where did I land? Why am I preparing UPSC civil services? Where is my life headed to? These are the philosophical questions which you tend to see when you see these questions. So this is a bit difficult, I can understand. Now you see, there are some places, Mallorca, Normandy, Sardinia. So maybe if you have studied some kind of novels, you have watched some kind of movies, if you have seen some kind of some tourism travels, or if you have seen the mapping part a bit closely, then only you can answer. Otherwise, where do you see these places? Hardly you see it. So this is also quietly the option 10. You see here, everything is, none of them are correct. You see Sardinia, is in Normandy is with France. If I'm not wrong, Sardinia is with Italy. Monaco is with Spain, right? So none of them are correct. So the option is none of them. So these things in the exam, can you answer it or not? I hardly feel so. So you can consider that this is a medium to difficult question. So if you are not aware, you all know the technique. This is the question which you should not have attempted in the exam if you are not aware. Moving forward, next question number 12th. Okay. Now, if you see this question, India is the founding members of the International North-South Transport Corridor, a multimodal transportation corridor which will connect what? Now you can have other faculties claiming that it could be IR, it could be current affairs, it could be geography, whatever. I'm going the answer. You can see India is to Central Asia. The International North-South Transport Corridor is in news. Now you all know that because with respect to the Red Sea crisis, which you have seen, with respect of Houthi rebels, and also at the same time the terrorism of Houthi rebels, the piracy attacks from Somalia and all, the world is going beyond what are the alternatives to Red Sea, right? So one of the approach is International North-South Transport Corridor. So India to Central Asia to Europe via Iran. The other one is India, Middle East, Europe corridor. The other one is along the Bering Strait from Murmansk of Russia. India is getting decent amount of oil. So these are the alternatives to Red Sea. So with these kind of things, you can see that this is a fairly approachable question. It should have answered this. India to Central Asia to Europe via Iran is the International North-South Transport Corridor. Remember Chabahar port of Iran. Right. Moving forward, next question, which is 13th. Okay, the next question itself. Okay. Now, once again, this question, tipsy-topsy. There are two major ethanol producers. You all know now, ethanol is very much in use for what? It is because of the getting energy out of that and all those kind of things, right? Ethanol is very much in use, blending of the things and all, blending of petrol. So two major producers in the world, Brazil and America, are there. The question says that the Brazil produces more ethanol than later. That is statement one. Unfortunately, this is true 20 years ago, not now. Now it is USA which is the dominant one. So the statement one is wrong. Whereas if you have studied the things, Brazil is known for more amount of sugarcane because you know sugarcane is a rice, is a water guzzling crop. Brazil. If you don't find water in Brazil, where do you find water then? In Saharan desert, right? So you have to see that as an aspect. Then unlike in the United States of America, I think when I have discussed about the temperate grasslands and all the associated climatic regions, I told you that corn is a very, very important crop in USA, maize. So USA, corn is the principal feedstock, whereas sugarcane is the principal feedstock for Brazil. So statement 2 is right. So where is the option? Now you can say that statement 1 is not correct. Statement 2 is right. This is option D. Right. 13 option D. This is a slightly difficult one. Medium one, I would say medium, not difficult, medium. Maybe at least partly you can answer it. Then you have to know some facts. Right. Moving forward to the next one. 14th question. Okay. The World Bank has recently warned that India could become one of the first places where wet bulb temperatures routinely exceed 35 degrees Celsius. I think half of the students, by seeing the word wet bulb temperature, you ran away from the question, I guess, right? So anyone who has answered this was okay. I think they would be in CSAT. I think the freshers, as you are seeing this question, can you think about what is wet bulb temperature? Simple here. Wet bulb temperature means nothing but it is a point through which you can analyze mix of two things. One, the temperatures, and at the same time, how is the humidity? That is what wet, right? So imagine a thermometer you place in a cloth. The cloth is full of water, and now you pass the air. How is the temperature there? That is wet bulb. Remove the humidity, dry bulb, right? So it is a analysis which tells you about high temperature plus high humidity. That is the keyword. Now, imagine if you have high temperature and high humidity, what will happen? Do you find that animals, when humans will be affected by shedding of their body heat? Definitely. We all feed very much. How do you feel when you go to places like Chennai, Visakhapatnam, all the coastal areas? You feel very much sweaty. Energy is lost very quickly. Reasons, you all know that. Combinations of these two, high temperature and high humidity because of nearness to the ocean. The same thing here, right? Because of that, body heat and all, precipitation becomes difficult, which is very, very dangerous. This is the right thing. The first statement where they say that the World Bank report says that peninsular India will most likely suffer from flooding, tropical cyclones and droughts. Now, once again, this is a trickiness. See, seeing flooding, seeing tropical cyclones, seeing droughts in peninsular India is quite a common thing because of climate change. That is no debate about that. Whereas, is the wet bulb temperature is the reason for such? What is the question they are asking? Which of the following statement best reflects the implication of the above said report? Best implication. Is it the report mentioning about wet bulb temperature, or is they mentioning about in general global warming and climate change? If you take the global warming and climate change, I would say the first statement is right. But the question is asking about wet bulb temperature, so I would consider this as wrong. I think these days UPSC is also having so much confusion and all. It is also not a evolved organization according to me now, because they are changing frequently. They are dropping certain questions. You have seen in the last year prelims exam also, they have dropped a few questions. So this could be another tricky question if you see it from that angle. We never know, but I would feel that this is the option thing. So first statement is wrong, second is right, option B, right? So this is about the question number 14th. Then move towards question number, a very, very long gap. Question number 62. Now, you see here, they are asking a question about Andes Mountains. Question number 62. Andes Mountains passes through which of the following countries? We have done this basic mapping, right? Vaishnavi, Divya, are you there? Have you done these basic mappings? Andes Mountains, which countries does it pass through? We all know that Andes Mountains is having a coastal association. They are along the coastal states of South America. If you see that, definitely Bolivia is right, Colombia is right, Paraguay is this side towards Atlantic, right? And Ecuador is right. So Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador is right. Venezuela once again is right. Whereas the confusion could be sometimes with Brazil and Paraguay. Paraguay and Brazil are not there. Other things are there. The option is only 4. Now this is a slightly tricky one. If you are unable to remember them, it would be difficult. But I always have told you one thing. When you prepare mapping, it is not just what are the states which are passing through is important, but what are the states which are not passing through, right? So if you see the Andes map, clearly you'll get to know that these are not the states. If you have seen that, you'd have got this answer as only 4. So I would say this is a medium to difficult question, right? Then moving forward to the next one. The next question itself. Okay, this is the difficult one. How many of them does the equator pass through? There are 3 water bodies given: Lake Tanganyika, Lake Tonle Sap, Lake Patos Lagoon. And does the equator passes through? Now this is a difficult one. Not many of you will be aware about these lakes and all. So none of the lakes pass through the equator. So the answer is D. This is a slightly difficult one. Which country are they a part of and all? We will discuss that later on. But presently you can consider that none of the things. Right. We'll move to the next question now. Consider the following statements about turmeric during the year 2022 to 23. Okay, turmeric questions. Now I have told you, when you see about the agriculture crops, I told you that the only source for you to study is economic survey. I definitely told you to go through them. If you have gone through that, then if India is the largest producer and exporter of turmeric in the world, we all know that. I told you which products India exports, we have to remember. So definitely turmeric, we are the largest producer and exporter. More than 30 varieties of turmerics are grown in India. Okay, it could be probably true because India is a diverse country, diverse climate, diverse cultures, diverse varieties of turmeric can be grown. Maharashtra, Telangana, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu are major producing states. It is also true. So answer is all of the D, all of the 63. Okay, all of them. Where is the question? Yeah. Okay. 64, right. So answer is all of them, right. Then 65th question. Yes, anyone have any doubts here so far? Is it all good? Okay, right. Now you see, continental drift, a very, very common question which is being asked regularly. Continental drift. Now we all might have studied the continental drift, right? So just a minute. The belt of ancient rocks from Brazilian coast matches with those from Western Africa. Is it not the case? When we discuss continental drift, the rocks of both the continents are having similar rocks. That itself is an evidence for the continental drift as per Alfred Wegener, right? So there is a similar rocks, that is true. The gold deposits of Ghana with the were derived from the Brazilian plateau when the two continents lay side by side. That is also there. Placer deposits, we have studied that. The Gondwana system, which is the Gondwana major supercontinent, we can say after the Pangaea breakup, you know that it is known to have different counterparts across different landmasses of the southern hemisphere. This is also true. So it's a very, very easy question. Answer is 1, 2, 3. All of them are correct. Nothing to discuss here. Right. Yes, good. Then moving forward, next question. In that way, all the continental drift questions, it's a quite easy question. This is what you can answer it. Then 66th. Okay. Now this apply. You cannot answer directly. What we know about geography, what is the question asking? Let's see it. The amount of dust particles in the atmosphere is more in the subtropical and temperate areas than in the equatorial and polar regions. Subtropical area. I told you subtropical things are hot deserts. Hot deserts means no rainfall, dry weather. If there is a dry weather, will you find more dust or will you find less dust? Common sense. Do you remember the Andhi dust storms which we see in our central portions and western portions of India? Andhi dust storms occurs around April, May on the west side where there is less rainfall because of convection, no? So definitely subtropical area, you can see more dust. So there is more dust particles in the subtropical areas and temperate areas than in the equatorial and polar. Equatorial area, you will not find much amount of dust because of there is more rainfall, more wind. Polar, very, very cool weather and all those kind of things. You will not find much dust. Definitely, there is more dust in the subtropical. There is no doubt about that. Statement 1 is correct. Then statement 2, subtropical and temperate areas have less dry winds. How do you find less dry winds? The dust particles is more in statement 1, as I have told you. Less dry winds in subtropical, there is no way it is true. So I would say that statement 1 is correct, statement 2 is wrong. Just now we told, subtropical means you will not find less dry, you will find more dryness, right? That is the thing. So you can consider that as options C as for 66, right? Then moving forward, how many questions are left over? Last few questions. This is also a very easy question, 66. Medium, I would say. Now 67. Now, I think this is a repeated question of last year. If you have seen this, right? This is a repeated question. In January in the northern hemisphere, the isotherms bend equatorward while crossing the land masses and poleward while crossing the oceans. Okay. Now imagine this is a continent. This is an ocean, right? And then imagine there is an isotherm line which is passing through. So now we all know that January is a month of dryness. January is a month of winter in the northern hemisphere. So land is known for rapid heating and rapid cooling, right? Now land rapidly cools down. Oceans are slightly warmer. So with the land is rapidly cooled down, and if you find this is the ocean and this is the isotherm line, so if you find as you move to the land, you will not find similar temperatures on the land. The red color area is the continent. You will find that land is rapidly cooled down. So for you to get the similar temperatures of isotherm is line joining equal temperature, you have to bend towards the equator. Then you have to move towards the ocean again like this. So what happens? If this is the equatorial line, equator, this is the isotherm. You can say that in January, in northern hemisphere, isotherms bend equatorward while crossing the landmass. and poleward while crossing the oceans. Absolutely correct. Why? The land rapid heating, rapid cooling. The air over the oceans is warmer than over the land masses in the northern hemisphere. That is also true. That is where you'll find all the heating and cooling of the atmosphere impacted conduction, convection, everything. The answer is both statements are correct, and statement 2 explains statement 1. Right? So whoever has got this PDF, he also got it right here. The lucky guy, huh? Then the next question. Now this is a difficult question. Right. You see here, in the context of effect of water on rocks, chalk is known as a very permeable rock, whereas clay is known as quite an impermeable or least permeable rock. Now, chalk is a permeable rock, clay is known as an impermeable or least permeable rock. That is true, right? This is true. The chalk rock is permeable. Now, what is permeability? What is porosity? Porosity is having gaps, the pores, tiny little gaps. Okay, permeability is if the water is going through the pores across the rocks. Okay, now chalk is porous, and because of that, the water can easily penetrate through it. Clay is not at all porous is wrong. Clay is slightly porous, but it is not impermeable. Not. What happened? Impermeable. So because of these things, I would say that chalk is not at all porous. So with that, statement 2 is correct. Now this is a very new, I think this they have started in 2022, if I'm not wrong. One question they have asked in statement 3 statement questions. So these questions is a quite tricky one. So the first statement is right, and one of the statement is explaining statement 1. So that is option C. Okay, option C. Only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct, and that explains statement 1. This is the right answer. You know that chalk, permeability and porosity, if you know these two words, that is the difference. For the chalk rock, it is not at for the rock here, as they mentioned here. Just me go through it. For the clay rock, it is porous. That means they have gaps, but it is binding and all the things. It doesn't allow water, though it doesn't allow the water to move through it, because the water gets binding nature here. And that is the reason why, though clay is porous, but not impermeable. This is the trickiness. This is a slightly difficult question. Right. Joshua, it is section D, set D. This is set D. Right. Then 69th. Now you see here. Without the atmosphere, temperature would be well below freezing point everywhere on the Earth's surface. Definitely yes, because the atmosphere consists of greenhouse gases. Okay, greenhouse gases and all the things. That is the reason why the Earth is becoming warmer. If you remember, I told you the terrestrial radiation is the one which is the source of heat for the atmosphere, and because of that, the greenhouse gases and all would be trapping. I told you greenhouse effect. Greenhouse effect, is it good? Is it bad? Remember in the class I used to tell you this. Greenhouse effect is good for the overall planet, in the sense that had there been no greenhouse effect, the Earth would have been a cooler planet. The temperature of the Earth, from the average temperatures across the world in a calendar year, if it is 15 degrees Celsius as of now, it will be minus 19 degrees Celsius. Right? I have clearly mentioned in the notes as well. I used to mention this. Minus 19 degrees Celsius. Whereas here you can say that it is had there been no greenhouse gases. So definitely this is an important thing. So minus 19 degrees Celsius is what I used to tell in the class. With that logic, you can consider that it is true. Heat absorbed and trapped by the atmosphere maintains our planet's average temperature. That is what the heat budget, heat balance we discuss. Atmosphere gases like carbon dioxide are particularly good at absorbing and trapping radiation. This is the greenhouse effect. So it's quite a easy question. 1, 2, 3. So this is about the, okay, there is one more geography question, 93. Then we'll go to the economy. So let's see the 93rd question. If you see the 93rd, scientific studies suggest that the shift is taking place in the Earth's rotation axis. Yes, there are some studies that the shift is taking place in the Earth's rotation and the axis. The solar flares and the associated coronal mass ejections bombarding the Earth's outermost atmosphere with tremendous amount of energy. This is also true. This is the reason why we will find all the things like the varieties of things which you find, the sunlight, what do you call that? Northern lights, southern lights, auroras. It's the product of the solar flares. Interaction with our magnetic field is the reason why we tend to see in the higher latitudes of the world, right? Norway and all. Does it have an impact on the shift in the Earth's rotation? No. Statement is true, but not explaining statement 1. Statement 3, as the Earth's polar ice melts, the water tends to move towards the equator. Is it so? This is there. Because there is more melting of the ice, the water tends to move towards the equator. That will influence the slightly impacting the balance of the Earth. In that way, the rotation is minutely impacted. Minutely. You cannot understand from the layman's things, but from the scientific observations, you can grasp those things. This is true. So the answer is statement 1 is correct. Okay, one of them, this is statement is explaining statement 1. So definitely the answer is B. So this is about geography. I would say that it is slightly balanced questions, mix of multiple things. We have seen it. I think decent number of questions are approachable. A smart aspirant would not attempt certain difficult questions which they have not studied, like the question they asked about lakes and the countries passing through the equator and all. So I would say geography is quite a approachable one. Smart students, they tend to ignore those things. And the other conceptual things, mapping, which is traditionally done, we should have done that. I hope you all have understood the geography, right? Vaishnavi, Joshua, I hope you all got these points. Now we will start with the economy. I will give this desk to the Dhananjay sir. Then I'll come back for environment after all the other core subjects are done.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Venkatesh sir.
Yeah,
I hope very good afternoon, aspirants. I hope my voice is audible. So let me start with economics. As I have given a brief introduction about economics, I have said the pattern of paper is quite moderate to difficult, particularly because they have went into some analysis. They have given some numbers and asked you to derive the answers. However, what I mean to say is the questions are based on general topics. Whatever the topics that we have discussed in the class, more or less, that is the questions that they have asked. So let me start with the questions first thing first. So I'll be sharing the screen. So the first question in economics is this. So the question appears to be a bit difficult if you just look at the numbers. But the question is a very easy question because this is discussing about what is revenue deficit, what is fiscal deficit, what is primary deficit. Now in the budget, this is a very common discussion that everyone has to know. In our classes, what we would be discussing, after discussing budget will have two components, the revenue component, the expenditure component, the receipts and expenses. So whenever expenses are greater than receipts, that is called deficit. So expenses minus receipts is called deficits. Now, when we look at the deficits, there are 5 types of deficits. The budget deficit, the overall deficit in the budget is budget deficit, followed by fiscal deficit, followed by revenue deficit, primary deficit, effective revenue deficit. So in our classes, we normally discuss what are the definitions of each and everything. Budget deficit is the overall deficit of the budget for that particular year. In order to overcome that deficit, whatever we borrow, the borrowings of Government of India are called as fiscal deficit. By the way, this is previous year question. What does fiscal deficit indicate? Fiscal deficit indicates the borrowings of Government of India. Next thing, revenue deficit. Revenue deficit is nothing but revenue expenditure minus revenue receipts. When you are taking only revenue component of budget, then whatever we derive it, that is called revenue expenditure minus revenue receipts that we come across, and that is called revenue deficit. Next one is, the next component is primary deficit. What is primary deficit? Government of India will be borrowing. In that borrowing, if you are paying the interest for previous loans, so total borrowings minus the interest that you have paid for previous borrowings, that comes across the so-called primary deficit. So if you observe this, so they have given this and they asked you to derive the solutions. Very simple question. Suppose the revenue expenditure is 80,000 crores and the revenue receipts are 60,000 crores. So statement itself is saying my expenses are 80,000, my receipts are 60,000. So what will be the deficit? Expenses minus receipts. So revenue deficit is revenue expense minus revenue receipts, which is going to be 80,000 minus 60,000, that is going to be 20,000. Very simple. So revenue deficit is equal to revenue expenditure minus revenue receipts. That is what it is, 20,000. Next, what is fiscal deficit? I said the total borrowings of Government of India is called fiscal deficit. Now it is simply saying the government budget also shows borrowings is 10,000 crores. So as it is itself is indicating that we have a borrowings of 10,000 crores, that borrowings is called fiscal deficit. So the answer is directly this. Fiscal deficit is nothing but borrowings. In these borrowings, subtract the interest that you paid for previous loans. Take for example, I have taken 100 rupees from a friend. Already previously also I have taken 100 rupees. For that I have to pay 10 rupees interest. So this year I have borrowed 100. Last year I have borrowed 100. For that I am paying interest rate of 10. So if you subtract 100 minus 10, it is going to be 90, and that is going to be your primary deficit. So primary deficit is equal to fiscal deficit minus interest paid on previous loans. So 10,000 is your fiscal deficit minus 6,000, whatever it comes, that is called primary deficit. For the first time in the history of UPSC in the last 40 years, those who have done this last 40 or 45 papers, I have watched this economics last 45 years. This is the first time that they have given the number and they have asked you to derive a conclusion. So far they used to ask the explanation, but now they have entered into calculation. This is some change in economics pattern. So this is one change that we can observe. So the answer is revenue deficit is 20, fiscal deficit is 10,000 crores, primary deficit is 4,000 crores. All are correct. So the option is 1, 2, 3. Same type of question was asked again in the 15th question. A country's fiscal deficit stands at 50,000. It is receiving 10,000 crores through non-debt creating capital asset. So non-debt creating capital asset means it is not creating any debt. Only borrowings create a debt. So this is non-debt creating capital asset. So we need to consider what we have to consider. What is borrowings? Fiscal deficit is borrowings. So I have borrowed 50,000. That is creating debt. And that the country has interest liabilities of 1,500 crores. So I have interest liability of previous loans as 1,500. Now what will be my primary deficit? So directly they are asking again the same question of primary deficit. If you know what is primary deficit, fiscal deficit minus the so-called interest paid on previous loans. So 50,000 minus 1,500, whatever it comes, that will be the answer. So these two are related to budget. This year we expected question on budget. We expected something like what we have expected. We expected that Nirmala Sitharaman will be asking the taxes. They will be giving some tax, and we expected that they will be asking the so-called calculation based on some income component. But now what they have asked this component. That is called, they have given this and they asked this. So this is expected, and it is very simple. Primary deficit, revenue deficit, effective revenue deficit. These are basic definitions in budget. Look at our class notes. We have discussed it and they have given with some numbers. Those who know this, they can easily answer. These two questions are, though it appears to be on the calculative front, if you know the basic definition, this is just like tan theta is equal to sine by cos. So if you know that, you can answer that. So this is what we observe as far as that two questions is considered. So very simple questions if you know the topic, if you know the subject. So this is the first one as far as economics is considered. Now what about the next things? So after this two questions in economics, the next question that they asked is Finance Commission. 16th question is on Finance Commission. Again, this is an expected question because we all know that every year there will be a question on Finance Commission, be it on polity side or be it on economic side, because Article 280 of Indian Constitution and 281 of Indian Constitution are extremely important because they deal with Finance Commission, which is a constitutional body. Why this question has asked? But let's look at, there is something in current affairs, that is the reason why they have asked. Why 16th Finance Commission under the chairmanship of N.K. Singh Arvind Paragaria has been launched by Government of India. It has been institutionalized. Based on that, 15th Finance Commission report has been asked. So this is expected for mains as well as for prelims. And this also we discussed in our class. So what are the recommendations? Which of the following statements with regard to the recommendations of 15th Finance Commission of India are correct? It has recommended grants of 4,800 crores from the year 2022 to 23 to the year 2025 to 2006 for incentivizing states to enhance educational outcomes. Let us consider that students have not read up to this. Okay, fine. So look at the second option. 45% of the net proceeds of union taxes are to be shared with the states. The entire answer will be based on this statement. Everyone who is preparing for UPSC seriously will be knowing 15th Finance Commission's tax devolution is 41%. 14th Finance Commission tax devolution is 42%. So with this, if you analyze this, if you know this, option 2 is wrong. Once you remove statement 2, the rest of the statements will be the answers. So no need to know 1, no need to know 3, no need to know 4. The entire answer lies with a basic understanding of vertical tax devolution of Finance Commission of India. Again, this is a very easy question. Though you don't know these statements, I don't say that everyone will be knowing statement 1, statement 3, statement 4. No. But statement 2, all the people will be knowing. Statement 2, all the people will be knowing. As a result, what I say is, when it is 41%, now 14th Finance Commission, 42%, 15th Finance Commission, 41%. Now where that 1% was gone? This also I discussed in the class. Where that 1% got? In the year 2019, Article 370 was abrogated. The state of Jammu Kashmir was turned to be the union territories of Jammu Kashmir and the so-called Ladakh. For the exclusive development of these two union territories of Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh, they have given 1%. Finance Commission recommended that 1% of the total share has to go to the states of union territories of Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh. For that reason, whatever was 42% earlier, it was reduced to 41% in the 15th Finance Commission. However, 16th Finance Commission statement has to come yet, and that will be the current affairs, which we can expect for the upcoming year. So statement 2 is known for everyone who has prepared decently. The moment you remove this statement 2, your answer will be there. So the answer for that question will be these things. So except 2, if you remove that, whatever we have, that will be the answer. So if you remove 2, C will be quite simple. Everyone who prepared decently enough, they will be writing it. 17th question. Consider the following statements in respect of International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IBRT, where this topic comes in economics, right? This topic comes under the so-called multilateral institutions. In our class, we discuss about multilateral institutions because after balance of payment, the next topic that we connect is multilateral institutions. What are multilateral institutions? In short, there are global institutions. How many types of global institutions are there? For every theme, there will be one global institution. For quality, there will be global political institutions. For climate change, there are global climatic change institutions. For economics, there are global economic institutions. That institutions are called multilateral institutions. Now, how many types of multilateral institutions are there in the economic front? There are 2 types: Bretton Woods institutions, non-Bretton Woods institutions. What are the Bretton Woods institutions? Institutions which were formed immediately after the Second World War. Why after Second World War? In the Second World War, there has been huge destruction of the European countries as well as the countries which have participated along with European countries, that is the colonies. Countries like India, Africa, they have went and they have participated. So countries from Africa, India, they have went and they participated in the Second World War. As a result, there was huge scale destruction for all these countries. The only country that gained from Second World War was USA. Hence, what USA did, it has called all the member nations to come and assemble at a place called Bretton Woods in Washington, D.C. There they went for this discussion that is called Bretton Woods Conference. The outcomes of Bretton Woods Conference are 2 institutions. That 2 institutions are called as Bretton Woods Institution. One such institution is your World Bank. The second one is IMF. So World Bank, today you call it as World Bank. But what is World Bank exactly? World Bank consists of 2 institutions. One is International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. The second one is International Development Agency. So the question is on that, IBRD. So this is our classroom discussion, IBRD. What IBRD does? It provides loans and guarantees to the middle income countries. World Bank is there to remove poverty and help middle income countries so that poverty can be removed and prosperity can be achieved in all parts of the world. Not only developed countries, even in the middle income countries, least developing countries, we have World Bank assistance. You know, if you know that IBRD is a component of World Bank, you can answer this. It provides loans and guarantees to middle income countries. Yes, it does. It works single-handedly to help developing countries to reduce poverty. Now, this is some extreme statement. Look at it. It works single-handedly. It is not like Rajinikanth to work single-handedly to provide solutions for everything. No. There are many institutions in the world which was formed to remove poverty. It cannot be possible by one institution like IBRT to remove poverty. Take, for example, you have IMF, which provides balance of payment support. Why it provides balance of payment of support? Because it wants people to come out of poverty. Look at International Food Organization. This is one institution which is providing food for the people who doesn't have it. This is one way of removing poverty. International Labour Organization, which guarantees something called fixed labor for everyone. It is something which is associated with poverty. So single-handedly, if you want to do, this is an extreme statement. So it works single-handedly to help. Yes, it works, but not single-handedly. It takes the association or help of other countries. Through that, it will go and remove poverty. So as they have used this statement single-handedly, you are not Rajinikanth. So Rajinikanth type of statements will not be correct in UPSC, as simple as it. So it works single-handedly, something which is extreme in this. So if you eliminate 2, again, you are going to derive the answer. Even though if you don't know that IBRT is a component of World Bank, if you carefully observe with common sense, you can answer this question. So statement 2 is going to be wrong. As a result, 1 and 3 is going to be right. It was established to help Europe to rebuild after the World War II. Yes, IBRT was established to help Europe. And that is the reason. Look at it. International Bank for Reconstruction. Look at the term itself. What you want to reconstruct and develop. You want to reconstruct those economies which were destroyed due to the war. As there were ashes everywhere in Europe, they wanted to reconstruct Europe. So that is why they have given the name. This is the Bank of Reconstruction. Reconstruction of what? They want to reconstruct Europe. Not only Europe, other countries also, but they have given this. It was established to help Europe to build or rebuild after Second World War. Yes. So second statement is wrong. 1 and 3 are correct. Again, whether we discuss this in the class or not, that is the point that we have to observe. Right. I said, every time, whenever we discuss these type of things, every time, whenever I discuss these things, I come across after balance of payment, because whenever we discuss balance of payment, this is something which is related to global trade. Whenever we are doing global trade, there should be global institutions to regulate us. In order to regulate them, we have these type of institutions, IMF, World Bank, and then these are Bretton Woods institutions. The other institution that we have is non-Bretton Woods institution at the multilateral level, that is World Trade Organization, WTO. The precursor of WTO is GATT. So all these things are basic things. And even if you don't know that basic subject, even if you have not read it for prelims, with common sense, that it will single-handedly tackle poverty across all the country. Even in India, you have no institution which can solve single-handedly all the problems. That is the reason why, along with the government, there are non-government institutions. Take, for example, you have government to tackle the problems. Say, if you do not have food, through ration shops, government is distributing this food, public distribution system. Now, this is not going to be reached to everyone. As a result, there are some private NGOs who will come and operate. Akshay Patra, who doesn't have food, they will be giving. Go to some charitable institutions. You can have food. So no one institution can handle poverty, because poverty is something which is far beyond any one institution that can be handled. So it has a multifaceted approach, and for that you require many institution support. One of that institution is World Bank, by the way, but single-handedly, this is not an institution which can handle. So with that thing also, you can eliminate that, right? So by the way, that is also I consider is easy. So out of 4 questions that I have discussed so far, 3 questions are easy, which are directly discussed, and 4 questions are easy, by the way. Even 15th Finance Commission is easy because that is a known topic. Now 18th question, RTGS and NEFT. The question is why they asked this type. Why they asked about RTGS and NEFT. First of all, where this topic comes in economy. Second chapter of economics discusses about money and money supply. In the evolution of money, I discuss about evolution of money, where we started from barter system to the so-called bitcoins and the so-called digital currency today. So look at the evolution. We started at barter, we came with commodity money, we came with metallic money, and then we are discussing about the so-called paper currency today. After paper currencies, the next form that it has evolved is checks and DDs. bank money. Then we started introducing technology. Through that, we came with the so-called online transfers. In online transfer of currency, how this system evolves. If you want to transfer through online some money, the process that you have is three. One is RTGS. Second one is NEFT. Third one is IMPS. What is RTGS? RTGS, real-time gross settlements. On real-time, gross settlement happens. Take for example, I have to pay to Venkatesh sir, say some 10,000 rupees. I go to my internet, I say 10,000, I'll click and I'll say RTGS, I will opt. Real time. The moment I click my button, 10,000 will transfer from my account to Venkatesh sir's account. So this is called real-time transfer. So without any delay, it is happening on real time. So the term itself is saying without delay it happens. Whereas the second transfer is NEFT. What is NEFT? National Electronic Fund Transfer. This is also just like RTGS, but what is the difference here? It takes some time. For every 30 minutes, NEFT will clear the payments. Now, if the time is around 3 o'clock, now if I initiate the payment, it goes around 3:30 to Venkatesh sir's account. The third component is IMPS, Immediate Money Payment Systems. Again, this is, we are doing transactions in mobile. All the transactions in mobile are happening, UPI payments, you call it as, is happening through immediate money payment systems. But the question has been asked on RTGS and NEFT. RTGS, the settlement time is instantaneous. That is the meaning of RTGS. Real time is instantaneous. While in case of NEFT, it takes time for settlement. How much? 30 minutes. This normally we discuss in the class. Again, I have discussed this in the class. Next one is, in RTGS, the customer is charged for inward transactions, while that is not the case of NEFT. Yes, RTGS, customers are charged, but not for inward. Now, what is this inward transactions, outward transactions? Inward transactions means Venkatesh sir receiving the amount from me. That is called inward transaction to him. Outward transactions means money going from my account. If I receive my account, that is inward. Outward means money is going from my account. So whenever I receive, there is no transaction charge. But when I want to send, when I initiate the payment, I have to pay the charge. So in RTGS, for outward transactions, there will be charge, not for inward transactions. A bit difficult question, but again, those who have attended our class, we have discussed that. Operating hours of RTGS are restricted on certain days, while this is not true for NEFT. Oh, this is wrong. Again, this is a reverse statement. Real-time gross settlement happens on all the days, 345 days, all the days, all 365 days, 24 hours, and 7 days in a week. So it is 365 into 7 into 24 hours. There is no delay in RTGS. But NEFT, yes, they can be restricted to some days. On public holidays, NEFT may not apply. Between night 11 to 1 o'clock, NEFT may not apply. So there will be restrictions on NEFT, but not on RTGS. So the answer for this is, second statement is wrong, third statement is wrong, answer is only one. So answer is only one. So the answer is not C, answer is A. The answer is A for this. Someone has marked it as C, that is not C, it is A. Right. This is the next question. Now, what is the difficulty of this question? This I say that it is quite difficult. Among all the questions so far that we have discussed, this is the question which is difficult. Now, why I say this is difficult? Because we study about RTGS, we study about NEFT, but one of the most challenging thing as far as this is considered is, we cannot derive exactly at that moment in the examination hall whether this is inward, outward, whether RTGS has some time lag or not. So this is quite a difficult question in all the 6 questions that I have discussed so far. Let's move to the next question. Again, this question is related to the so-called UPI payments. Now, why they have asked this? Recently, last year, French president has visited India. And along with Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi, French president went to some outside shopping. So Prime Minister Modi has taken him to some grocery stores near Delhi. Now, what French president was fascinated is by looking at the UPI payments that was available on the street side. He was fascinated, and what he said is he requested Prime Minister Modi to give the same operations of UPI to France. Even France do not have UPI. They requested it from India, and India extended that technology for France. Now, UPI was so successful in the country that today almost 70 to 75% of digital transactions have been happening. Now, UPI was launched by NPCI. There is one institution called NPCI, National Payment Corporation of India. Again, this is evolution of money. Earlier, I was paying through my physical currency. Now I do this through my mobile. So today, everywhere it was digital transactions. I take my mobile even when I have a cup of coffee or cup of tea, and I do these transactions. So this was really a fascinating story of India's digital evolution. Now, by looking at the success of this UPI, what NPCI did is, when this France president has asked us to extend our software to them, NPCI launched a separate department altogether to extend services for foreign countries. And so far, 7 countries have took this technology from India. Now the question is on that. This is again an expected question. And I discussed this in the class in the money and money supply. UPI developed by NPCI, and then how this UPI technology was used. Right. So this is again, what are the 7 countries that we have? So the question is about that. This is a current affairs come economics based question, by the way. So what are those 7 countries? United Arab Emirates, France, Germany, Singapore, Bangladesh. How many countries among the above are there other than India where international merchant payments are accepted under UPI? With UAE, with Australia, just before Australia, we have made free trade agreement with UAE. This is one thing. I said France. France president story. Germany, no. Germany did not have it. Singapore, yes. With Singapore, we have. Bangladesh also. We had some non-cardinal relationship with Bangladesh today. After the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Ms. 𝐶𝐿 𝐻𝐼, has been ousted from her post. She has been taking shelter in India. The relations between India and Bangladesh started deteriorating under Mr. Yunus Khan. As a result, what has happened? Bangladesh, we are not having this. So Bangladesh you can eliminate. Germany we can eliminate. The rest of the things are the correct ones. Only 3. United Arab Emirates, France, Singapore. What are the other countries? Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Mauritius, Nepal. These are the other 4 countries along with these 3. Total 7 countries have taken our support, and they have done this UPI in their country. So even if you visit these countries, if you have a cup of coffee, right, you can pay through your UPI payment. So this is the next one that we have as far as 19th question is considered. So this is the first area where we find economics questions. Next thing. So moving to the next parts of economics. So what was our next question? One minute, it is loading.
Dhananjay sir, any issue?
1 minute, it is loading.
Dhananjay sir? All right. Dhananjay sir, any issue? Hello? Okay, there seems to be some kind of a disconnect with Dhananjay sir. So wherever he has left over, he
No,
will.
no, 1 second. 1 minute.
Hello? All right. Dhananjay sir, any issue? Dhananjay sir? So, okay.
1 minute, sir. Yeah, it is loading.
Sir, if you have time, you can
Give me 1
discuss
minute.
remaining things after if you need time. Hello. Hello. Dhananjay sir? Okay,
Yes,
Kiran
sir.
sir, is you there?
Venkatesh sir, shall I start?
Kiran sir, I think now you can start. Dhananjay sir will handle it later on.
Okay, okay. Okay,
You
sir.
can start with your.
Yeah,
policy.
I'll start.
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, good afternoon all. This is Kiran and Shetty. I'm going to deal.
Sir, Kiran sir, your video is not there.
Yeah.
Guys, whatever the leftover questions of economy would be handled later on. Now we will discuss about polity.
Yeah. Good afternoon all. Just a minute.
Kiran sir,
Yeah.
do you need time, sir?
No. Just I'm adjusting video. That's it. Full video.
Otherwise, we can start
Yeah.
with Deepak, sir.
Yeah,
Then we
yeah.
can come back again.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, all. Now we are going to discuss polity questions in the prelims, the exam that has been conducted in the morning. Around 15 questions have been asked from polity, and large chunk of them, they are from the class material that we discussed.
Excuse me. Sorry to disturb, sir.
Yeah.
Kiran sir, can you adjust your screen?
Yeah.
You can
Acha,
adjust
oh,
it.
yeah. 1 minute. Yeah. Yeah. Most of the questions have also come from the prelims booster class that we did and the most important MCQs that we did. So first we will start with the question number 26 in D. So consider the following statements with regard to pardoning powers of the president. Exercise of this power by the president can be subjected to limited judicial review. So this is the uniqueness of Nirnay IAS. All the topics, all the subjects, all the components we discuss comprehensively. When I discuss presidential clemency powers under Article 72, I also discuss Supreme Court's guidelines in 𝐤𝐻𝐿 case. There are Supreme Court guidelines that have been laid down in 𝐤𝐻𝐿 case. 𝐤𝐻𝐿 was one of the convicts in Indira Gandhi assassination. In that case, the Supreme Court laid down some guidelines. They cannot be said guidelines as such, but the Supreme Court issued some directions with regard to the exercise of clemency powers on the part of the president as well as governor. In this case, the Supreme Court says, unless and until the president's decision is mollified or not taken on the basis of sufficient material evidence or sufficient grounds, then it is subjected to judicial review. Otherwise, in general, it is not subjected to judicial review. Hence, the statement 1 is right. The exercise of this power by the president can be subjected to limited judicial review. The president can exercise this power without the advice of central government. It is wrong. In most of the cases, High Court and Supreme Court, in many cases, they enunciated the clemency powers of the president under Article 72 and the clemency powers of the governor under Article 161 ought to be exercised only on the advice of their respective council of ministers. I cautioned my students, aspirants who have been attending my classes, in the light of the controversy that erupted, Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi referring the mercy petition that was filed under Article 161 for the consideration of the the Governor of Tamil Nadu. Governor of Tamil Nadu referred the matter to the president, which is not allowed by any provision in the constitution. The case went to Supreme Court. In that light, I have been emphasizing in all the batches the clemency powers of the president, at the same time the clemency powers of the governor. So the right answer is A. It is subjected to limited judicial review. Then comes question number 27. Question number 27. On the dissolution of the House of People, Speaker shall not vacate his or her office until immediately before the first meeting of the House of People after dissolution. This is very, very tricky and minute detail. I always caution my students, be focused on minute facts, confusing facts. So here, the speaker continues in her position or in his office till the fresh elections are held and the first session in the next Lok Sabha is held. That means the elections for 18th Lok Sabha were held in last year, April, May. Then speaker continues to function till the fresh elections are completed and the first session of new Lok Sabha comes to session and pro tem speaker presides over that session to administer oath of office. Till that time, the previous speaker continues in her or in his office. Hence, it is right. The statement number 1 is right. According to the provisions of the Constitution of India, a member of the House of People on being elected as speaker shall resign from his or her political party immediately. It is wrong. It is wrong. This is British practice. This is British practice. In 2021 mains, if I am not mistaken, it was asked in mains exam, GS paper 2, speaker whether he should resign from the basic membership of his party. So this is British practice wherein immediately after being elected as Speaker of lower house, the speaker gives resignation to the basic membership of his party. The Speaker of House of People may be removed from his or her office by resolution of the House of People passed by majority of all the other members of the House, provided that no resolution shall be moved unless at least 14 days notice has been given. That means the verbatim of this statement is, it is absolute majority. The speaker can be removed from the office by absolute majority. Can be removed from the office by absolute majority. So statement number 1 and statement number 3 are correct. So the right answer is C. The right answer is C. Question number 28. Question number 28. Question number 28. If any question arises as to whether a member of the House of People has become subjected to disqualification under 10th schedule, the President's decision in accordance with the opinion of the Council of Ministers shall be final. It is wrong. As we know, under 10th schedule, the question of disqualification on the grounds of defection, lies with the speaker. It lies with the speaker. Hence, the statement number 1 is wrong. There is no mention of the word political party in Constitution of India. Which of the statements given above are correct? So neither 1 nor 2. D is answer. D is answer. D is answer. D is the right answer. D is the right answer. So always remember, my dear aspirants, have thorough roots, thorough understanding of concepts in polity, in economy, geography. Then you will be able to answer even the current based questions adequately. The greatness of our history teacher Arafa sir, he says even history is also based on concepts as well as the current developments. So that is 28th question. Then 29th question. In India, the state governments have no power for making rules for the grants of concession in the respect of extraction of minor minerals, even though such minerals are located in their territories. So this statement is wrong. Minor minerals mean minerals such as sand, gravel, etc. Hence, state governments do have the authority on minor minerals. In India, the central government has power to notify minor minerals under relevant law. So the right answer is C. Statement number 1 is correct. Statement number 2 is not correct. Yes, certainly, yes. The central government has the power to notify minor minerals. Yes, the right answer is A. Right answer is A for question number 29. Question number 31. With reference to Indian polity, consider the following statements. An ordinance can amend any central act. An ordinance can amend any central act. An ordinance can abridge a fundamental rights. It is not correct. Fundamental rights or directive principles of state policy cannot be amended by an ordinance. Fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy, they cannot be amended by an ordinance. An ordinance can come into effect from a date back effect. So statement number 1, statement number 3 are correct. The right answer is C. The right answer is C. Consider the following page. Arunachal Pradesh, the capital is named after a fort. State has 2 national parks. Then Nagaland, the state came into existence on the basis of Constitutional Amendment Act, which is not correct. Tripura, initially a Part C state, and it became a centrally administered territory with the reorganization of states 1956, and later it attained a full-fledged state. It is right answer. Both these statements are wrong. The correct answer is A. The correct answer for question number 32 is A. Article 33, I always caution the aspirants when they read about interstate council, then zonal councils, central secretariat, state secretariat, parliament secretariat, the secretariat of state legislature. It is one of the gray areas for UPSC in prelims. Which one among the following is a constitutional body? Which one among the following is a statutory body? Which one among the following is an executive body? So it is one of the favorite questions. So here the right answer is, with reference to India, consider the following: Interstate Council, the National Security Council, Zonal Council. How many of the above were established as per the provisions of the Constitution of India? So Interstate Council is the right answer under Article 263. In Permanent Interstate Council has been constituted on the recommendations of Sarkaria Commission in 1990. Interstate Council can be temporary, ad hoc, as well as permanent. A permanent Interstate Council was constituted in 1990 on the recommendations of Sarkaria Commission. On the recommendations of Sarkaria Commission. So, National Security Council, Zonal Councils, zonal councils are established by an act of parliament. So that is why they are statutory bodies. The right answer is A. Right answer is A. In this light, I would like to explain, my dear aspirants, the Parliament Secretariat and State Secretariat are constitutional bodies. Parliament Secretariat and State Secretariat are constitutional bodies. Always bear in your mind, next year or the coming next year or any year, it can be asked in prelims. Very, very important. Parliament Secretariat as well as State Legislature Secretariat, they have constitutional status. Parliament Secretariat is under Article 98. State Secretariat is under Article 187. Consider the following statements. Constitution of India explicitly mentions that in certain spheres, the governor of a state acts in his or her discretion. This is very, very important statement. This statement that you are watching now on board, this was asked in public administration optional paper last year or before last year, in 2003 or 2024. Recently, it has been asked as mains question in public administration optional. I always caution the aspirants, be careful. Do not be carried away by the blatant lies that are circulated in mainstream media. Unfortunately, in mainstream media, it is depicted as if the governor of a state doesn't have much discretionary powers. Where we tend to confuse ourselves, the way the President of India does not have much constitutional discretionary powers, in the same vein, the governor of a state also doesn't have much discretionary powers either. But it is wrong. When we compare the verbatim of Article 74 and that of Article 163, it is clearly evident that the President of India doesn't have much discretionary powers, because Article 74 says there shall be Council of Ministers headed by Prime Minister to aid and advise the president, who shall act in accordance with such advice. The word shall has been incorporated by 42nd Amendment Act. That means the president has to act according to the advice tendered by Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister. Council of Ministers headed by Prime Minister. But on the other hand, Article 163 subclause 1 says, whenever I teach the office of the governor, I majorly emphasize on this. I caution the aspirants, be careful about Article 163 subclause 1, Article 163 subclause 2. Unfortunately, in TV debates, in newspapers, it is portrayed as if governor doesn't have much discretionary powers like the president, but it is not truth. Article 163 subclause 1 says, there shall be Council of Ministers headed by Chief Minister to aid and advise the governor, who acts in accordance with such advice. People stop over there, unfortunately, without completing the entire Article 163 subclause 1. There shall be Council of Ministers headed by Chief Minister to aid and advise the governor, who acts in accordance with such advice. The word shall has not been used in Article 163 subclause 1. We have to be careful. And we should not stop. Who acts in accordance with such advice? We should not stop over there. We should read the entire Article 163 subclause 1. Except in those circumstances, according to the Constitution, in which governor needs to act in his or her discretion. That means governor acts in accordance with the advice tendered by Council of Ministers headed by Chief Minister. But there are certain circumstances according to the Constitution in which governor needs to act in his discretion or her discretion. Then who will decide? What are those circumstances under the Constitution in which governor needs to act in her discretion? Article 163 subclause 2 explains that. What are those circumstances under the Constitution in which governor has to act in her discretion, are decided, it lies in the sole discretion of the governor. It is the governor who decides what are those circumstances under the Constitution in which he or she acts to act in his or her discretion. This is what enunciated by Article 163 subclause 2. That is why statement number 1 is correct. The President of India can, of his or her own, reserve a bill passed by a state legislature for his or her consideration without it being forwarded by the governor of the state concerned. It is wrong. But tactically here, the UPSC laid trap for aspirants because president deciding upon state bill, we adopted from Canadian Constitution. The difference between Canadian Constitution and Indian Constitution in this regard, under Indian Constitution, the president can act upon a state bill only when it has been reserved by the governor for the consideration of the president. Governor reserving a state bill for the consideration of the president falls under Article 200, which is in news because of Supreme Court imposing time restrictions on governor with regard to pending bills. And Article 201, I have been emphasizing on Article 201 for the past so many years. Now it has become very famous because of Supreme Court imposing time restriction on the president. Under Article 201, President decides upon the state bill that has been reserved for the consideration of the president. But in Canadian Constitution, there the president can reserve a provincial bill directly for his consideration without the intervention of the governor of the province concerned. There, I think in Canadian Constitution, Governor General, they may most probably they may call there the equivalent post for the President of India is Governor General, if I'm not mistaken. I immediately remember that. So this is why the UPSC shrewdly laid that trap for the aspirants. And apart from that, Article 200 and Article 201, they have been in news. In my MCQs, most important MCQs and prelims booster classes, I emphasized on these articles. So the right answer for question number 34 is A. The right answer for question number 34 is A. The provision in the Constitution of India, the state stated under separation of judiciary from executive in public services of the state. It is one of the directive principles of state policy. It is right. Already it has been asked in one of the prelims exams recently. It is enshrined in Article 50. Valuing and preserving the rich heritage of our composite culture. It is one of our fundamental duties, right? Prohibition of employment of children below the age of 14 years. It is one of the statement 2, valuing and preserving the rich heritage of our composite culture. It is one of our fundamental duties. Prohibition of employment of children below the age of 14 years in factories. It is one of the fundamental rights. So the right answer for question number 35 is C. Option C is the right answer. Question number 36. With reference to Constitution of India, if an area in a state is declared as scheduled area under 5th schedule, scheduled area under 5th schedule, 5th schedule, which one of the following statements are or is correct? State government loses its executive power in such areas, a local body assumes total administration. The statement number one is wrong. State government's executive powers extends also to those areas which have been notified by the president as tribal or scheduled areas in states. Like Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, we have tribal areas in our states. They have been designated as scheduled areas under 5th schedule. So to the territories which have been notified by the President of India as scheduled areas under 5th schedule, the executive powers of the state government also extends to such territories. The union government can take over the administration of such areas under certain circumstances on the recommendations of governor. Which one among the following is correct or correct? The statement number 2 is correct. Only 2. The union government can issue executive directions to states with regard to the administration of scheduled areas in 5th schedule. And apart from that, in certain areas of administration, the governor has a special discretionary powers with regard to controlling and regulating money lending activity, notifying that non-tribals cannot purchase or sell the assets or plots in such scheduled areas. Article 37, National Automotive Board, it is in the Ministry of Heavy Industry. National Automotive Board, it is situated in Ministry of Heavy Industry. The CAIR Board is there in Ministry of Micro, Small, Medium Enterprise. So this is also wrong. It is actually the CAIR Board in Ministry of Small, Micro and Medium Enterprise. National Center for Trade Information, it is there in Ministry of Commerce and Industry. It is there in Ministry of Commerce and Industry, the National Center for Trade and Information. So the right answer for this, none of them is correct. D is right answer. D is a right answer. D is a right answer. Consider the following subjects under the Constitution of India. List 1, that is Union List in 7th schedule. Extent of executive powers of a state. Conditions of office of governor. For a constitutional amendment with respect to which of the above provisions of the Constitution require special majority in both the House of Parliament and ratification of half of the assemblies of the state. In the chapter amendment of the Constitution, I always emphasize on the 7 category of provisions which are in federal nature, which require not only special majority in both the houses of parliament, but also ratification of half of the assemblies of the state. So here in these 3 provisions of the Constitution, list 1 in 7th schedule, it requires ratification of half of the assemblies of the state. That means if we want to shift any subject from union list to state list to concurrent list to state list to union list, or union list to state list, that requires special majority in both the houses of parliament and ratification of half of the assemblies of the state. By 42nd Amendment Act, 5 items have been shifted from state list to concurrent list. These items such as education, protection of wildlife, then forest, weights and measures. So it requires special majority in both the houses of parliament and ratification of half of the assemblies of the state. Extent of executive powers, that means any amendment in Article 73 or Article 162. So Article 73 and Article 162, they deal with the extent of executive powers. The extent of executive powers. The conditions of office of the governor, it doesn't require the ratification of half of the assemblies of the state. Hence, the right answer is option 1 and 2. Option 1 and 2. Option 1 and 2. With reference to Indian polity, consider the following statements. Question number 39. With reference to Indian polity, consider the following statements. This I emphasized on most important MCQs which I did just last week, 2 days back. And this article I also emphasized in prelims booster class as well as in my classes. Why I emphasized on this? It gives immune. Article 361 deals with this. It gives immune to the president as well as governor. And this article 361 has been in news. Why it has been in news? Because in West Bengal Raj Bhavan, one of the female employees in West Bengal Raj Bhavan leveled sexual harassment allegations against the governor of West Bengal. The governor of West Bengal. In that light, I alerted aspirants, be careful about Article 361. Article 361 most probably can be asked in the exam. Under Article 361, the President of India and governors of the states are not answerable to any court of law, and no criminal proceedings can be initiated against them. No arrest warrant can be issued against them during their office. During their office. During their office. This question also assumes the significance in the light of the recent Supreme Court's judgment, which imposed time limit on governor as well as president with regard to giving their assents to state bills. The governor of a state is not answerable to any court of law for the exercise of performance of the powers and duties of his or her office. It is enshrined in Article 361. No criminal proceedings shall be instituted or continued against the governor during his or her term of office. It is also there in Article 361. Members of state legislature are not liable to any proceedings in any court in respect of anything said in the house. Both, all these three statements are right. It comes under parliamentary privileges. Parliamentary privileges. Article 105 subclass 2. I always caution the aspirants, they should be careful about parliamentary privileges. Parliamentary privileges now they have been asked in prelims exam. For mains also, bear in your mind, for mains also, privileges of parliament are very, very important. Very, very important. Definitely, we will have a wonderful session on privileges of parliament. I promise you, whatever we are going to discuss in that session, that information will not be available in any source. And state legislatures' privileges. State legislatures' privileges. They are enshrined in Article 194. They are enshrined in Article 194. So these are parliamentary privileges. All the three statements are right. All the three statements are right. Question number 41. Question number 41. This I always emphasize. I always caution aspirants and students. You have to be very careful about panchayat institutions and municipal institutions. 73rd and 74th Amendment Acts. If you watch my videos on polity, on 73rd and 74th Amendment Act, I always caution the students and aspirants, you should be very careful about what are the voluntary provisions of 74th Amendment Act, what are the compulsory provisions of 74th Amendment Act, What are the voluntary provisions of 74th Amendment Act? What are the compulsory provisions of 74th Amendment Act? Because there are some minute facts, subtle differences. That's where UPSC strikes. Here, the states which have population less than 20 lakhs, the states which have population less than 20 lakhs, 20 lakh, less than 20 lakh, they need not to constitute the need not to constitute middle tier Panchayat Raj institution. Middle tier Panchayat Raj institution. That is Grama Sabha. Sorry, Panchayat Samiti. Sorry, I'm extremely Panchayat Samiti. Panchayat Samiti. That is why whenever I teach these minute facts, I highlight with 2-star, 3-star, 5-star. If you see my PDFs in my classes on such subtle differences, facts, I always mark with stars. I always mark with stars. Next, to be eligible to be a member of Panchayat at intermediate level, a person should attain the age of 30 years, which is wrong. Which is wrong. Which is wrong. The Chief Minister of a state constitutes a commission to review the financial position of panchayats at intermediate level and to make recommendations, distribution of. This is also wrong. This is also wrong. So, which statements given above are not correct? This is also wrong. All states need not to constitute middle tier panchayat institutions. So the right answer is D. All the three statements are wrong. The right answer is D. The right answer is D. Consider the following statements about Lokpal. The power of Lokpal applies to public servants of India, but not to public servants posted outside India. It is wrong. The chairman or a member shall not be member of parliament. That is right. But a member of state, yeah, that is also right. Only Chief Justice of India or the incumbent, only the serving Chief Justice of India or retired Chief Justice of India is eligible to be appointed as chairman of Lokpal. That is wrong. Whether a retired Chief Justice, retired Judge of Supreme Court, or a person who has impeccable track record in public administration, issues of corruption, law, finance, such people can also be appointed as chairman of Lok Sabha. That is why it is also wrong. The chairman or a member shall not be a person of less than 45 years of age on the date of assuming office as chairman or member, as the case may be. That is right. Lokpal cannot inquire into the allegations of corruption against sitting Prime Minister of India. It is wrong. Which one among the following given statement is correct? Three is correct. The right answer is 3. So these are the questions from polity. These are the questions from polity. One question I would like to review. It's a very tricky question. Question number 28. This is the right answer is there is no mention of the word political party in the Constitution. If any question arises as to whether a member of the House of People has become subjected to the disqualification in accordance with the opinion of this is wrong statement. There is no mention of political party in the Constitution. The word party, political party, it is mentioned in 10th schedule. 10th schedule. That means the word political party is mentioned in the Constitution. Neither 1 nor 2. This is right answer here. This is right answer. Political party is mentioned in 10th schedule. 10th schedule is part and parcel of Indian Constitution. 10th schedule says that it defines what are the grounds of defection. In that it is mentioned any candidate who wins the elections on the ticket of a political party, on the ticket of a particular political party, but after the elections, after his winning the elections, if he or she were to defect it to another political party, that will be considered as a defection. So here the logic is, since the word political party which is mentioned in 10th schedule, the statement 2 is also wrong. Which of the following statement is given above is correct? Neither 1 nor 2. Here, the statement number 1, first statement, the state government loses its executive power. It is outrightly wrong statement, because 5th schedule clearly says state government's executive powers also extend to those areas which have been notified by the President of India as scheduled areas. Second statement, it is very tricky. The union government can take over the total administration of such areas under certain circumstances. On the recommendations of the governor, it is very, very tricky. The union government can issue executive directions to states with regard to the administration of scheduled areas. But totally the union government taking over the total administration of such areas, including law and order. Here the keyword is total administration. That means including law and order administration in that particular place. For instance, my state Telangana has a temple town called Bhadrachalam, which is Lord Rama's abode. That is one of the scheduled areas in my state. So law and order cannot be taken away. So this statement, which of the statements given above are correct? To the best of my knowledge, the right answer is D. The right answer is D. Here also the right answer is D. For question number 41, right answer is D. So these are the questions in polity. So always remember, my dear aspirants, in order to answer adequately with regard to current related polity questions, current related economy questions, don't think that I'm like a judicial overreach. Unnecessarily, I'm intruding into the jurisdictions of my colleague faculties in economy and geography. I always tell aspirants, be thorough with the concepts, be thorough with the core in polity, economy, geography, in order to answer current related questions adequately. So, thank you, friends. I hand over the session to Arafat sir. Arafat sir, are you ready? Arafat sir or Dhananjay sir?
I am ready, sir. I am ready.
Yeah, okay, sir. Okay. I hand over to you. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thanks a lot.
So, good evening, everyone. So, I hope you all, those who have appeared for today's examination, have done well. So, let us now take a look at the history questions and solve one after the other. Chapter point. Just a second. Just a second. Just a second. Sir Dhananjay sir,
Yes, sir.
how should I go about scrolling the page, sir? Can you just kindly help me?
That is not getting scrolled there. What we have to do is, I have done a full video screen. So what we have to do is, we have to present the entire screen, sir. That is how we can go there.
So which button should I be?
Share the screen, sir. Share the screen.
I have shared it.
No, now actually, what happens is this is not coming. What we have to do again, I used to come out and then I have to scroll and then we have to upload. That was the thing if you are doing it picture in picture format. I'll do one thing, sir. I'll continue economics. There are
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fine.
I'll take the lead and then we can continue. Right,
Fine.
sir?
Yes,
Right.
sir.
Take your time. Right, students, welcome back. So we have been discussing about the topic of economics. So I'll be taking from here. Right. So let's start. So far I have discussed almost 8 questions. In that 8 questions, some questions were related to the so-called the topic of deficits. Some questions were related to the topic of evolution of money, such as RTGS, NEFT, IMPS. Subsequently, we have discussed about the UPI payments, where how many countries have been associated with it. Now, I'll be dealing with the remaining components of economics. There was some technical glitch that has come, so pardon for that. We are continuing with economics. After that, Mr. Arafat sir is going to take history, and then we'll come back with the science and technology and the remaining aspects of this paper. Right, this would be the order. So I'll be presenting now the remaining component of economics. So let's start, guys. So the next question is 51st question in economics. So this is almost our 9th question. With reference to the investments, consider the following: bonds, hedge funds, stocks, venture capital funds. How many of above are treated as alternative investment funds? First question is, what is alternative investment funds? Now this year, we have expected questions on SEBI. The reason being, SEBI chairperson, the ex-chairperson was in news for unfortunately unexpected reasons. Right, there has been allegations on SEBI's chairperson by the so-called Hindenburg research. So we expected these type of questions. So there have been almost 3 questions on SEBI. The first question is this: so what are alternative investment funds? There are 2 types of investment: normal investments and alternative investments. Normal investments means, as a common man, if I want to buy the shares of, say, for example, Reliance Jio, I will be going to the stock market and I will be buying it. So that is called a normal person buying the shares of a company. That is called stock market or share market. So this is normal shares. So stocks are normal things. The other way through which I can get some interest by giving money is through the lending option. I can give to my friend some 1 lakh rupees and I can get regular interest. So the other normal way to invest your money is through bonds. So what is the difference between bonds and stocks? Bonds is a regular investments where I will be giving the money, and what I will expect a regular return for my investments. So that is called bonds. In the stocks, I'll be investing in a company whereby I will be getting dividends. Bonds will give you interest, stocks will give you dividends. So these are 2 normal instruments that is available for everyone to invest in the market. So these are financial instruments that we have. But there will be some people who are high net worth individuals. Take, for example, Arafat sir has 1 crore rupees. All of a sudden, he wants to invest in some particular scheme. Then what he can do, he can invest in some private investments where they will be focusing on particular segment. Take, for example, National Housing Bank, he wants to invest where they wants to go for housing business. If the business is expanding, so will get maximum returns. So this is one thing called high net worth individuals' way of keeping the money. That type of investments which is available for certain investors who will be having the capacity or propensity to invest more and to get more returns are called as alternative investment funds. So normal funds, alternative investment funds. So alternative investment funds are these funds: hedge funds and venture capital. Venture capital means a new venture is going to be launched for a particular segment. Take, for example, for solar industry, I want to have money. For that, I will call for venture capitalists. People like Arafat sir can come, they can invest in my business and they can take the more profit because they are investing more. They can take more profit depending upon the investment. However, they will be high risk. Hedge funds are also such type of funds. In order to cover the risk, they will be again investing in some other alternative modes. These type of investments are called alternative investments. So the normal investments are bonds and stocks. The alternative investments are hedge funds and venture capital funds. These are all the funds which are available, or investment options that are available for a person who has money and who wants to invest in the financial market. So how many of the above are treated as alternative investment funds? There are two funds, that is called hedge funds and venture capital funds. Again, those who have attended our Nirnay IAS class, there I have discussed about stock markets, where I have discussed about all these type of funds. So for those who have attended the class, it is easy, but for those who have not attended, maybe you have to take an intelligent guess, which will be a difficult task in the examination hall. So I can say that this is going to be a bit moderate question or difficult question, by the way. So let's go to 52nd question. Which among the following are the sources of income for Reserve Bank of India? An extremely easy question for all those who knows about Reserve Bank of India. And this is a normal discussion in our class. Reserve Bank of India. What is the source of income for Reserve Bank of India? Buying and selling of government securities. It is a very simple thing. On behalf of the union government and state government, it is RBI who will be buying and selling government securities. This is called open market operations, a very common theme in economics that every aspirant should be knowing. And I hope that all the people who have written this exam will be knowing this. Buying and selling of government bonds is one way of through which government or RBI gets the money from the market. Selling is buying and selling of foreign currencies. Both are previous year questions, by the way, 1 and 2. Buying and selling of foreign currencies is called sterilization function of RBI. So whenever what is sterilization? It is the process of RBI. When there is excess of balance of payments, when more dollars are coming into the economy, RBI will enter into the economy. They are going to have sterilization function. They will take excess dollars and then they come out with the so-called, they will inject that money. So what happens? So buying and selling of foreign currency is one instrument through which RBI is going to get some income. Third one is pension fund management. Now look at this. RBI is regulator of banks in the country. SEBI is regulator of markets. We have PFRDA, pension fund regulator, IRDAI, insurance regulator. These are the 4 regulators that we have in the country. Now look at this. When we have these 4 components, why they have asked these questions? If you look at this year paper, they have asked on all the regulators, because in economic survey chapter 3 this year have discussed exclusively about regulators, how regulators are functioning, and that is the reason there were 2 questions in this exam as far as regulators is considered. Now, pension funds is something which is managed by Pension Fund Regulatory Development Authority of India. So RBI has nothing to do with pensions. You have a separate agency just like SEBI. So option C is wrong. The moment you identify that option C is wrong, because RBI is the regulator of banks, just like stocks is regulated by SEBI. So if you know this simple concept, there are 3 questions which you can answer. Right. This is the first question. The first question is this. Right. Pension fund regulatory. This is not the income source for RBI. The income source for people in RBI is not pension funds. This is for PFRDA. Lending to private companies, RBI never discusses with private companies. RBI deals with only institutions. Which institutions? It deals with government as well as it deals with the so-called banks. So private companies will not be there. It will be only with the companies, only with the banks or government. Printing and distributing of currency notes. Yes, what is this? Is called M0 money. The money that is pumped into the economy by RBI by printing it for the first time into the economy. This is called M0 money, which is also known as high-powered money, which is also called as reserve money. All these are the money that is available with RBI, and through this circulation, RBI is going to generate income. So what are the sources of RBI's income? 1, buying and selling of government bonds. 2nd, buying and selling of foreign currency, which is known as sterilization function, which has been in use for many times. And 5th one, printing and distributing currency notes. So option is 1, 2, 5 is correct. And these are the functions of RBI, by the way. So this is a very simple question. I can classify this as easy question. 53rd question, a bit difficult one. Directorate of Enforcement, ED. Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, DRI. Directorate General of Systems and Data Management, DGSD. Directorate of Enforcement, Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, Directorate General of Systems and Data Management, all these are under Ministry of Finance. Now, who will know it? Those who have attended the class will be knowing it. Otherwise, it is very difficult. Now, why this is in news? Why this Enforcement Directorate, Revenue Intelligence Directorate, General System Data Management, why these are in news? We have to know why that is in news, right? So these are the mechanisms through which you can tackle corruption in India. What are the agencies that is there to tackle corruption? If you go to the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Home Affairs, you have Home Affairs agencies, such as CBI will be working under Home Ministry, such as the State Police will be under Ministry of Home Affairs. So these are the two agencies to tackle corruption or related to black money. But Ministry of Finance itself has something to deal with these things. As a result, what Ministry of Finance did, it has established separate institutions to look into whether people are evading the tax, whether someone is smuggling some important products into the country, or are they taking important art crafts or anti-crafts from the so-called India, that is customs, and then to look whether someone is disturbing the economic cycle of the country or not. That is, if I take 100 crores and if I leave the country, just like Mr. Vijay Mallya has done, there should be some agency to tackle me. So all these things were given by the so-called RBI, so given by Ministry of Finance. So all these three agencies, be it the so-called Enforcement Directorate, ED, DRI, or DGI, SA, all these are something which are related to the so-called your Ministry of Finance. So all these comes under Ministry of Finance Department itself. Ministry of Finance Department itself. So if we know this, under black money, we will be studying these things. So all comes under Ministry of Finance, hence first statement itself becomes wrong. Second one, they have given Ministry of Finance. Third one, Ministry of Finance, Department of Revenue, Department of Revenue. We all know that under Ministry of Finance, there are 6 departments. So Department of Revenue is the one which will be looking at it. So the Enforcement Directorate is not under Ministry of Home Affairs, so this is wrong. However, the function of Enforcement Directorate is PMLA, Prevention of Money Laundering Act. If someone is doing laundry operations, such as converting black money into white money, you will be arrested under PMLA. And under PMLA, in the year 2018, Government of India has enacted Fugitive Economic Offenders Act. Now, who is a fugitive economic offender? I have taken 100 crores from SBI. I left the country without paying to SBI. Just like Vijay Mallya, Mohil Chousky, or Nirav Modi. Now, what Government of India did is, in order to tackle these persons, Government of India came out with this act under PMLA. So PMLA is taken care by Enforcement Directorate. These two are correct, but it is under Ministry of Finance. That is why this statement becomes wrong. Second statement is Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. They enforce the Customs Act 1962. Right, Krunal Pandya has come out with the so-called diamond watch after playing IPL in Dubai. It was caught by Customs Department. Who has caught him? Directorate Revenue Intelligence. So this is what Customs Department does, which is under Revenue Ministry, Ministry of Finance, Revenue Department, Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. So second statement is correct. Directorate General of System and Data Management, one of the most heard institution of Ministry of Finance these years, because this is the one which is carrying the integration of financial data, whatever the financial data. Say, for example, I am a taxpayer to the government. How government will be tracking whether I am paying taxes or not. So this will be done by this data management agency. If there are some persons who have not paid, they will get notices. If they have claimed tax returns more than what they are eligible, that can be tracked today. So today, under Prime Minister Modi, if we do observe, there has been systemization of taxes and tax revenues across the country. This is due to integration of data that was provided by Directorate General of Systems and Data Management, which is under this. So option 1 is wrong. First statement is wrong. See, 2 and 3 are correct. Again, I classify this as difficult thing because even in my class, I don't claim that I have discussed third option. Only first and 2 options I have discussed in the class. However, I did not discuss option 3. So what I can say is, it is a bit difficult question, which was out of blue. Right. Next, 54. The Reserve Bank of India mandates all the listed companies in India to submit business responsibility and sustainability report. Now look at this. I said, what is a listed company? First thing is you should know what is listed company. All the companies which are listed under stock market are called listed companies. Right. So stock market means SEBI. Regulatory SEBI. The moment you know listed companies comes under stock market regulatory SEBI, you can say that this is not RBI, this is SEBI. So don't. That is why regulators are important. Again, those who have attended my class, I have clearly said them. What are listed companies? Who under SEBI we discussed this. This is not RBI, this is SEBI. So business responsibility and sustainability report is given by SEBI, not RBI. Now, what is this business responsibility and sustainable report? Yes, I am a company, I am doing my business. It is the responsibility of me to go with corporate social responsibility, take care of education of the people, take care of the so-called health of the people, and take care of the environment, like this. So in India, a company submitting BRSR makes disclosures in the report that are largely non-financial in nature. Yes, whatever the corporate activities that I take, corporate social responsibility, take for example, I have given food to some orphans. This is not monetary help, right? So I have done it through the so-called kind, that is called food packets I have given. So non-financial products are covered under BRSR. So second statement is correct. First statement is wrong. So the option is only 2 for this. So answer is 2 for this. 55th question. In India, income from allied agricultural activities like poultry farming and wool rearing in rural areas is exempted from any tax. So this is a very simple question. Those who know this taxation structure, we all know that agriculture is exempted from taxes. Today, Government of India is not asking agriculturalists to pay taxes. But when we say agriculture, agriculture includes 2 things: growing of crops, and the second one is animal rearing. Or animal rearing includes your forestry, fisheries, or the so-called poultry, or called honeybee rearing. All these comes under this. So what is the statement? In India, in agriculture is exempted from taxes, but allied activities like poultry farming, wool rearing in rural areas, no. Whoever is doing poultry farming, if you are getting profits, you have to pay taxes to the government. Wool rearing is an industry which has huge profits. So people who are in poultry, people who are in wool rearing, they have to pay taxes to the government. So they are not exempted from the taxes. Only those who are dependent on the land and are doing agricultural activities, they have to not pay the tax. In India, rural agricultural land is not considered as a capital asset under the provisions of income tax. That is the reason why agriculture is not taxed. But allied activities, yes, they are taxed. I can be culturing the fish, shrimps, prawns. I have to pay tax in India. But as agricultural land is not considered as a capital asset, right? Under income tax, they are exempted from taxation. Hence, statement 1 and statement 2, even if you observe carefully, one is speaking about agriculture, second is statement 2 is speaking about agriculture, statement 1 is speaking about allied activities in agriculture. So there itself, they are giving you a clue. UPSC is clearly pointing out what it is saying to the aspirants. Please open your eyes and ears a little wide. I am speaking about 2 different dimensions here. One dimension that it is speaking about the so-called agriculture. The second dimension that it is speaking about is allied activities. So agriculture is exempted from tax because it is not a capital asset, by the way, whereas animal husbandry or livestock rearing comes under capital asset creations. As a result, they will be subjected to certain amount of tax. Now that will be a state tax, by the way, not central government tax anyhow. Right, that is how this thing is there. So UPSC is giving a clue for us. That is what we have to identify here, and we have to get it. So it is helping the students indirectly, saying that or cautioning us that both are not correct, to be careful. So option is D here. Next, 56th question, just now our Kiran sir has discussed, right? So what is the next one after this? Let's go for the next question. This one. As regards to returns from an investment in a company, Generally, bond holders are considered to be relatively at lower risk than stockholders. Bond holders are lenders to a company, whereas stockholders are its owners. For repayment purpose, bond holders are prioritized over stockholders of a company. Now look at this question, ladies and gentlemen. Now this question is something which is speaking about the basics between stocks and bonds. What is the difference between loan market and stock market? If I give 1 lakh rupees to Mr. 𝐤𝐻𝐿 as loan, I will ask sir to pay interest rate. As a result, I am an outsider who has given to 𝐤𝐻𝐿 1 lakh. Hence, it is bond market. I will ask sir to write a bond and he will write and he will give it to me. But if 𝐤𝐻𝐿 is launching one business, if I say to sir, I am also interested in the business, you keep half of the amount, I will keep half of the amount. 50% you keep, 50% I bring. Then we'll become stockholders or shareholders. I will be buying 50% of the stock. So when I am a shareholder or stockholder, I will become the owner or co-owner along with 𝐤𝐻𝐿. But when I am giving lending, I have nothing to do with the so-called ownership. Irrespective of whether the sir's business is performing decently well or not, sir has to pay me interest rate. But if on the other side, stock market, when the business is good, I'll get more profit. That is called dividends. Otherwise, I'll not get the dividends. So we have to sing together or swim together as far as stock market is considered. But it is in the loan market. I am not the owner. I am not concerned about the business. So this is a very simple difference between stocks and loans. Those who have attended our economics class, again, I have discussed this in the classroom itself, in the so-called markets, how markets are classified. There are 4 types of market. One market is bond market and stock market. First thing is you should know the difference between both. So that is what we have discussed here, and that is what the direct question is. So basic economics question. That is why I have written there. This is a very basic economic question. Those who have studied the basics will be well knowing it. So as regards to returns from investment in a company, bond holders are considered to be lower at risk. Why? Irrespective of the business, I have to get my interest rate. So one is correct. Bond holders are lenders to a company, whereas stockholders are its owners. Yes, I have nothing to do as a bond holder to do with the business. But if I am a stockholder, I will become the shareholder. I am co-owner with 𝐤𝐿. This is what I said. For repayment purpose, bond holders are prioritized over stockholders. Say, for example, 𝐤𝐻𝐿's business is not running properly. He wanted to close the industry. Then his first obligation lies to me because I am not a owner. So clear my debts, then you take the remaining share. That is the advantage why this is relatively lower risk. If you are giving loans, why it is lower risk compared to stocks? Because risk is low here compared to stock market. So all 3 options are correct. And statement 2 and statement 3 is explaining statement 1. So option A is correct. Now, all the aspirants note it. So 57, there is some difference here. The pattern of asking the question has evolved. This year, this is the new thing that we observe in UPSC Prelims. I'll tell you. Go for 58th question, directly taken from Economic Survey, Chapter 3. If you have followed my Economic Survey class, I have taken this. The lines were reproduced from Economic Survey. India accounts for a very large portion of all equity options contracts traded globally, thus exhibiting a greater boom. Indian stock market has grown rapidly in the recent past, even overtaking Hong Kong at times. Yes, we have crossed the so-called Chinese or Hong Kong's stock market also at times, at some point of time, which means they are moderating the statement. Right. Today's stock market has enlarged. After COVID-19, people started investing in the stocks. They have got good amount of knowledge on it, and they have been expanding here. As a result, more new traders, more new people are coming, more new generation youth are coming, and they are keeping their money in the stocks. That is why Economic Survey has focused what we have to be careful at stock market. There is no regulatory body either to warn the small regulators, investors about the risk of options trading, or to act as unregistered financial advisors. Absolutely wrong. Whenever I say stock market, I just said no. Markets are regulated. If it is bank market, RBI is regulating. Stock market, SEBI is regulating. Pension market, PFRDA is the regulator. Insurance market, IRDAI is the regulator. The moment I say market, pharma markets, they are regulated. So all this is speaking about stocks. So SEBI is the regulator here. So that is why I said there are 3 questions on regulators. One is PFRDA, where they have linked with RBI. Listed companies where they linked with RBI. Now this is the third one. There is no regulatory body. Absolutely an extreme statement. If there is no regulatory body, why would Indian government allow it in the first place to have it? So regulatory bodies are there. How they are functioning, that is another story. The economic survey has thrown light on how these regulatory institutions are working and where they have to upgrade. But saying that there is no regulatory body is an extreme statement, which is wrong. So again, UPSC is giving the clue here. In the second statement, they are moderating the statement by using some point of time. Some is the moderator here. No regulatory body is extreme one here. So there is some caution here. So statement 1 and 2 are correct. 3 is extreme statement. So option is only A. Next. Now this is 59th question is again related to last year. Last year they have asked, what do you mean by 2R formula? 2R means reuse, recycle. So the same thing. In economics, you call it a circular economy. Last year, if you have followed our discussion, we have discussed this. And circular economy is in use. What is circular economy? There is nothing called waste today. When we are living in the digital age, artificial intelligence age, there is nothing called waste. I can use anything for any purpose today. Say, for example, after drinking water, I cannot throw this away because this thing can be used for some other purpose. So we are living in that age that no product is a wasteful thing. This is called circular economy. Now I have generated this bottle. After the uses of this, I can convert it into some other product and I can use this. This is called circular economy. So circular economy is, in environment, you call it as 3R formula. Reduce, reuse, recycle, process. Right? There will be 3R formula. RRR, Rajamouli movie, just like it. So it is having a circular pattern here. So circular economy speaks about it. So this is speaking about ecological component. So from which area of our syllabus this question was asked? Sustainable development, because sustainability means taking care of the so-called environment along with the developmental aspects. That is called economy. So economy plus environment is circular economy. So what is the question? Let's have a look at the question. Circular economy reduces the emissions of greenhouse gases, obviously. Circular economy reduces the use of raw materials as inputs, obviously. The use of raw materials will get reduced. Circular economy reduces wastage in the production process. I said there is no wastage today. We are living in the 21st century where artificial intelligence has taken up. Nothing is waste. Today we are speaking about waste to energy conversion. What you call it as? Wealth from the waste. There is nothing called waste today. So all these statements are correct. And statement 2 and statement 3 are explaining statement 1. Why they are reducing greenhouse gases? Because raw materials inputs are getting reused and wastage is reduced. Hence, this is helping to overcome greenhouse gases impact. So the statement is 59, option A. Very simple question again. Those who know circular economy, knowing circular economy is important. In the class, I have discussed about circular economy and sustainable development. Next, 60th question, the last question in economics. Then Mr. Rarappa sir will take with the so-called history aspect. Capital receipts create liability or cause the reduction in the assets of the government. Borrowings and disinvestments are capital receipts. Interest received on loans creates a liability on the government. Now look at this, ladies and gentlemen, from where this question was asked. A very simple question in budget. In budget, regularly there will be a question, components of budget, current receipts and expenditure. In the receipts, you have revenue receipts, capital receipts, revenue expenditure, capital expenditure. What are revenue receipts? Any receipt that creates burden on me or reduces my assets is called revenue receipt. On the other side, capital receipts are those receipts which neither create, any receipt which create burden on me or which reduces my assets is called capital asset or capital income. Take for example, I want 1,000 rupees. Because my father has sent only 15,000, my expenses in Delhi are 16,000. Then what I have to do? I have to sell my watch. Then I'll get that 1,000. So by selling the watch, I am getting that 1,000 rupees. Which means by reducing one asset, I am getting that 1,000. Or I can go to Mr. Venkatesh sir and I can ask, sir, give 1,000 rupees, I will give you in future. Now what sir will say? Okay sir, I will give 1,000, pay an interest rate of 100 rupees. I said, I am borrowing this, it will come with interest. So if I take from Venkatesh sir, also I will get 1,000. If I sell my 𝐿𝐿𝐿 book, also I will get that money. On one side, it is creating burden of interest. On other side, it is losing my watch or my 𝐿axmiConn book. So the income that I am getting by selling one book or watch or by borrowing from a friend are called capital assets or capital receipts. If I ask my father will not write, you have to give along with the interest. So that is revenue receipt. As simple as this. Very simple question in a budget, right? In our class, we have discussed, because without this discussion, we cannot discuss budget. So that is the first statement that they asked. So they asked, what is capital receipt? That is a simple question as far as economics is considered. So the question is this: capital receipts create liability. Yes, because I am borrowing from Venkatesh sir. Or cause reduction in the assets because I am selling my watch. So capital receipts are those receipts. Borrowings and disinvestments are capital receipts. Yes, borrowings are capital receipts because it is reducing my asset. Disinvestments, reduction of asset. So borrowing means creating a liability. Reduction of assets means disinvestments. Now look at this. 1 and 2 are speaking on similar lines. They are synonyms if you do observe. So both are speaking on same text and context. So both has to be going together in the answer. Interest received on loans creates liability on the government. I have paid Venkatesh sir 100 rupees as interest for his 1000. It doesn't create liability on Venkatesh sir. This is his extra amount, extra payment. So interest received is not going to create any liability. But if you borrow, it will create liability. So option 3 is wrong. So 60th question is again a very basic question of economics. So this is the last question that we had in economics. So finally, what I can say as far as economics is considered. So initially I discussed 8, now 6 questions. Total there are 14 questions in economics. If you do observe these questions, ladies and gentlemen, all these questions were related to subject. Unless and until you know what is budget, what are stocks, what are banking regulatory institutions, how global institutions have evolved, how money has evolved. Unless we know this, even though you know current affairs, if you don't know this, it is very difficult to answer. That is the reason. But if you attend the classes and if you have heard this, out of 14 questions, I said 9 questions were directly from my book. The remaining 4 questions, except one, I am taking out. So remaining 3 questions or 4 questions, it has to be deduced from the discussion that we had. So this is what we have as far as economics is considered. So depending on it, those who have attended the classes regularly, I can say that the question paper is moderate to easy also. But those who have forgotten the foundation course, the basics, they find the paper difficult. So giving the overall composition of UPSC candidates or aspirants, I can say that it is from moderate to a difficult paper. This is what economics analysis is. So now I hand over the session to Mr. Yazir Arafat sir, who will be coming out with history subject. Sir, I hand over the session to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Fine.
Hello, Arafat sir.
Yes, sir. Just a minute, sir. Sir, meanwhile, can you start the class right away, sir?
Yes, sir. You want me to take up?
Not you, sir. Venkatesh, sir.
Dhananjay, sir,
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
ready
Sir.
for science and tech?
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Please go ahead, sir.
Right, sir. Okay. Right. Aspirants, come back. Now I will be taking science and technology component. So this year, first of all, what is the pattern of science and technology? So let me speak on that context, and then I'll be entering into this. So science and technology, we all know this. From the basic science, there are less number of questions that they are asking, but they are related with science and technology. If you look at science and technology component this year, we find questions from the so-called space sciences. Particularly, they have spoke about it, and then defense sciences also they have asked about the so-called expanding defense systems in the country. And obviously, there will be questions on the so-called biotechnology, which is related with the so-called bioscience, life sciences. And then we have also seen some questions related to the so-called nanotechnology. Right. So we find questions spread across all the dimensions of science and tech this year. And what is the nature of the questions? I say that we are not all scientists here. So I cannot say that pinpointedly you can be knowing the answer. But if you have attended the classes of science and technology, you will be in a position to tackle it, because the faculties here deal with not only the subject, but they will also deal with how to attempt a paper as far as science and technology is considered, how to attempt a question. Right. So there will be some techniques. Through some techniques, we can solve science and technology bits, because this is more based on common sense. Science and technology these days have become common sense based aspects. So UPSC also asked in the similar context. So if you apply our basic common sense, and if you have come to know the techniques that were used in the classroom, then definitely people will be in a position to answer these questions. So this is how science and technology paper is there. So what I say, this is a moderate paper this year as far as science and tech is considered. So let's start with that component. So let's start with the first question in science and tech. So what is the first question? This is the first question, 21st question. Section set D, 21st question is science and tech. Some rare earth elements are used in the manufacturing of flat television screens and computer monitors. Some rare earth elements have phosphorescent properties. Now, why this question was asked? Recently, there has been a trade embargo that has happened between USA and China. And if you know, China is the country which has highest amount of rare earth metals. As China started to take revenge on the tariff policies of Mr. Trump, they have reduced the so-called rare earth exports. Under that context, this question was asked. And everyone have expected this question, because even India has found some rare earths. As a result, they started coming out with this. Now look at the statement. Some rare earth elements are used in the manufacturing of flat television screens. Why rare earth metals are used? Rare earths are used because to prepare screens, your electronic gadgets, the mobile phones, the laptop that you are watching this video, and the one which is recording here, everything is based on rare earth metals. And even the televisions that we have, their screens are made up of rare earths. That is the importance of rare earth metals. As we are living in the digital age, the composition of rare earth or resources of rare earth is defining the future of the countries. Second one, some rare earth elements have phosphorescent properties. This is the property which is used to bright up the screen. So the property of the screen to get brightened up when it is stuck by the so-called a moving particle is called as fluorophosphorescence. As a result, as rare earth have this is used in this. So both are moderate statements because they said some, both they are moderating and then they are connecting the paragraphs. So this is altogether speaking about same text and context. So both are correct and correct explanation. Statement 2 is correct explanation. Very simple question. Anyone, a decent aspirant will be knowing about rare earths. What is the use of it? Because this was in use. Next one, 22nd question. This will be current affairs question. However, let me take it. Indian railways have prepared a national rail plan to create a future-ready railway systems by 2028. Those who have attended my economics class, I have dealt about railways. There I have said about national railway plan. National railway plan is not for 2028, it is up to 2030. Hence, this statement is wrong. Except this, the other statement is correct. 2030 is the wrong answer. So this is 2030, not 2028. One is gone. The moment you eliminate one, option will be 2 and 3. Right? Not correct, sorry. They asked not correct. Second statement, 𝐤𝐴𝐺 is an automatic train protection system developed in collaboration with Germany. No. 𝐤𝐴𝐺 is one thing which was developed extremely by Indians itself. This is an indigenous anti-collision development system. So this is developed by India. So second statement is wrong. There is no collaboration. 𝐤𝐴𝐺 system consists of radio frequency identification devices, tags fitted on tracks in railway station. Yes, this works on RFID technology. So statement 3 is correct, 1 and 2 are wrong. So they are asking not correct, so we have to be careful here. So the answer is A. Next, 23rd. Consider the following space missions. How many of the space missions given above encourages support microgravity research? Now, what is this microgravity research? If we are living in the so-called or on the surface of the earth, we will be observing the gravitational force of the earth. Microgravity means where the gravitational force is very, very less, where your Newton's laws of motion will not be applied. Right, this is called microgravity. So where gravitational force is not applied. So when you cross the so-called lower Earth orbit, the moment you start reaching to the higher Earth orbits, obviously gravitational pull will come down and the Newton's law of gravity will fade away. As a result, on all those things, if you go out from here, whatever the space activities that happen outside the so-called lower Earth orbit, all this comes under microgravity observations. So all this will be studying about how gravitational forces creating and attracting the so-called objects in the outer space. If you look at all these things, right? So they have given Axiom for a mission, a space mission of USA. Space decks. What is space decks? Space docking systems. So if you want to build up International Space Station, there will be 2 satellites which will be coming together and you will be docking up. Docking up means one you have to attach with other one. You have to consider the microgravity conditions there and then you have to align them. Gaganyaan. What is Gaganyaan? Human space into the flight. Indian space mission. You want to send Indian astronauts to Gagan, that is space. So all these are related to microgravity research. So how many of the space missions given above encourage and support microgravity research? So almost all of them encourages and gives support. So option is 3 there. Next one, with reference to Indian. So those who knows microgravity, they would be writing it. Or even if you take an intelligent guess also, a common sense guess also, it will be correct. Next one, 24th question. With reference to India's defense, consider the following. With reference to India's defense, consider the following. So again, Indian defense system is in news. Why Indian defense system is in news? Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has clearly stated how Indian defense has embarked or enlarged its arms and ammunitions over a period of time. In that context, they have given this. Dornier 228 is an aircraft produced by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. Why this is in news? If you observe this year, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited had got Maharatna status. One day they gave full advertisement in Hindu newspaper. In that advertisement, they have shown Dornier 228 aircraft. So that is the reason it was linked with current affairs. So Hall has produced it. and it is an aircraft which is used for maritime patrol. It can patrol anything. It can patrol the lands. It can patrol the seas, anything. So maritime patrol aircraft is correct. Next, IL-76. This is regarding to Russia. We have taken this from Russia, Russian aircraft. But this aircraft is not supersonic. It is subsonic combat aircraft. Supersonic. BrahMos is the one which we have supersonic missile. But in aircrafts, we do not have supersonic aircrafts as of now, particularly from Russia. That is the reason we went with other countries' defense products. Particularly, we are importing it from Israel today. Israel is our major supporter of defense equipments today, replacing Russia. So supersonic is not the one. It is Russia's one. As a result, it is still in the subsonic technology. C-17 Globemaster 3. This is USA's aircraft, which is used for movement of military aid and military transport. If you want to move soldiers from one place to other place in bulk numbers, they use this. Not only this, if some equipments are required for disaster, say for example, if there is an earthquake which has happened and if you want to give some relief mechanism for the people there, you have to give some food supplies, and that was supplied through C-17 Globemaster 3. So this is military transport aircraft. Except 2, the rest of the 1 and 3 are correct. So only 2 statements are correct. So unless and until you know this, you cannot keep it. So here, this statement is bit difficult in my perspective. Artificial way of causing rainfall to reduce air pollution is caused through. This is called cloud seeding technology. Very simple question, artificial rain. Why this is very simple question? Why I say this is simple question? Because if you have observed the last questions, previous year questions, last 10 years, cloud seeding technology, directly they have asked the question and they gave the answer there itself. Potassium iodide is used for what? And they gave in the option cloud seeding. No, they have reversed the question. So this is previous year question, by the way. So this is a very simple question. So directly this question has come from previous years, and this is all the people who have prepared basic economics, basic geography or basic science and technology will be understanding this. So silver iodide, potassium iodide. Iodide is the metal which is present, which acts as a nucleus to condense the water, thereby form the clouds. Iodide is important because this is one which acts as nuclei. This is the seed which forms the clouds. Through that, due to that clouds, as the temperature still drops, water will come or rainfall will come. So iodide is the one, silver and potassium iodide. So answer is A. So here, these are 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 are 5 questions in science and technology here. 2 questions are easy, 2 questions are difficult, right? These are the things as far as the first aspect is considered. Next question comes here is this one. So this have spoken about GPS, 𝐿AN, Geo Augmented Navigation System, 𝐿AN. Now 𝐿AN has been in use, not now. We are expecting this question right from 2020. Now they have asked this question after 4 years. So what is this 𝐿AN? In the 𝐿AN, they have launched one satellite. 𝐿AN means those vehicles who are moving in air.
Can you say, sir?
They will be getting this support. That is called 𝐿AN satellite system. That is used for navigation of aircrafts. Primarily, it is used for navigation of aircrafts. Subsequently, this can also be used for movement of any thing. It's not only aircrafts. You can use this 𝐿AN technology to track your RTC buses, to track your railways. So initially it was launched for aircrafts. Now it was extended to all the navigation systems. So India is having this technology also as far as navigation systems is considered. So this is the thing that we have to understand.
Okay.
Right. So this is a very old current affairs, by the way. GPS aided geo augmented navigation is called 𝐿AN. It uses a system of ground stations to provide necessary augmentation. So they are itself there. Here itself the answer is present. With reference to the statement, consider the following. 𝐿AN. It is designed to provide additional accuracy and integrity. So what GPS, advantage of GPS is to provide additional accuracy and integrity. You already have navigation satellites, but the advanced version is 𝐿AN, which is providing you accuracy and integrity. It will allow more uniform and high quality air traffic management.
सर
Yes.
मेरा थोड़ी देर में लाइव सेशन जा रहा है जो पेपर डिस्कशन आप एक बार जी गूगल मीट में एक बार मुझे गाइड करेंगे सर वो कैसे करना है तो दूसरे फैकल्टीज के साथ हूँ सर
1 second.
सर क्या बता रहे हैं आप हाँ वो तो ज्वाइन कर लिया नहीं वो तो हो रहा है लेकिन यहाँ पे जो मैं पीडीएफ स्क्रॉल नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ
Right. I hope my voice is audible. So this is the one. So 𝐿𝐼𝐻 is an advanced version of GPS, and it is used to tackle more traffic management more efficiently. That is what one advantage that you have as far as 𝐿𝐼𝐻 is considered. So both 1 and 2 are synonyms again. It will allow more uniform and high quality air traffic management. So 1 and 2 are correct. But look at it. It will provide benefits only in aviation, but not in other modes of transport. Now this is something called extreme statement. Not only only is one extreme here. Today you are using it for other modes of transport also. You can use it for roadways. You can use it for railways also. So whenever we launch a satellite, if it has advanced versions, it can be used for anything. So here only is one extreme statement. As a result, you can remove it. You land into the answer that is 1 and 2. So the answer here is 1 and 2. Again, a very simple thing. Just by that logic only, you can eliminate it. Next question. Right. So this is economics question, by the way. The next question that they asked is, so this one, 81st question. How many of the above are considered as alternative powertrain vehicles? Now look at it. Even though if you don't know the answer also, all three questions, all three statements that they give, full battery electrical vehicles. So this is speaking about electrical vehicles which are alternative powertrain vehicles, which means alternative to your traditional vehicles, diesel and natural gas or petrol vehicles, fully battery rated. Electrical vehicles are alternative vehicles. Now, hydrogen fuel cells. Fuel cells is the emerging technology in transportation. Hence, this is used as alternative power to train your vehicles or to drive your vehicles. Fuel cell electric hybrid vehicles. Either you compose of 1 or 2. So, statement 3 is composition of 1 and 2. So, the answer is going to be all the 3. So, all 3 are similar terms. At least if you identify all 3 are synonyms, you will come to the answer. So the answer is C. Very simple again. Next, with reference to unmanned aerial vehicles, consider the following statements. Drones. Unmanned aerial vehicles means drones. All type of UAVs can do vertical landing. All type of UAVs can do automatic hovering. All type of UAVs can use battery only as a source of power supply. All. Right. All are extreme statements. Hence, none of the above will be correct. UAV means drones. All drones can do vertical landing. If all drones can do vertical landing, why Chandrayaan mission 2 has failed? Right. So there will be some drones which will be designed for that purpose. So all cannot do vertical landing. All can do automatic hovering. Right. Automatic hovering cannot be possible. You cannot slow down these vehicles automatically. You require manual instructions. All types of UAVs can use battery only as a source of power supply. No. You can have other source of supply. Right. You can use fuel cell technology, on-light ignition of the engines. So like this. So as all are extreme statements, you can say none of the above statement is correct. Next. In the context of electric vehicles, now look at this. Electric vehicles has been in use. That is why they have asked, consider the following elements. So what is the chemical used in electrical batteries? So how batteries we know, it is made up of anodes and cathodes. So which are the elements which are used in cathode? What are the cathodes here? Cobalt, lithium, nickel. 7th and 8th standard science. Battery composition, which acts as anodes, which acts as cathodes. Cobalt, lithium, nickel, lithium ion batteries, nickel magnesium batteries, cobalt magnesium batteries, or cobalt lithium batteries are present. So cobalt, lithium, nickel acts as cathodes, graphite acts as anode here. So only 3 statements are correct. Again, those who have attended the class, they will be knowing it, because electrical vehicles, sir has dealt about this. Hence, what I say is, you require some 8th standard NCRT knowledge here, because this is again taken from NCRT itself. So answer is only 3 are correct there. Next, how many of them contains plastic? Cigarette butts, eyeglass lenses, car tires, all will have plastic. So all of them are correct here, right? Some cigarette butts will have plastic, they are made up of plastic. Eyeglass lenses, obviously it has to use plastics. Car tires, it has to use plastic. All 3 are correct. This is extensive use of plastic technology today, or plastics today. Coal gasification technology can be used in the production of how many of them? Now this is the thing. Now what is this coal gasification? What is the technology of gasification, by the way? In the waste to energy conversion that I have been discussing in circular economy, this is related to science and technology also, by the way. Look at this. Gasification is the process of heating a metal in the absence of oxygen. Now, when I do coal gasification, coal, which means a carbon source, when I burn coal, whether it is in the presence of oxygen or whether it is in the absence of oxygen, some products will be produced. When you are burning it in the absence of oxygen, the output that you are going to derive is syngas. All the aspirants who prepared for UPSC, they will be knowing coal gasification results syngas, synthetic gas. What is the composition of synthetic gas? Hydrogen, carbon monoxide. Hydrogen and carbon monoxide. So whenever you want to produce any product that should be made up of hydrogen or a carbon, you'll go for coal gasification. Be it urea. Urea is produced through Haber process and coal gasification process, because urea contains hydrogen. It contains nitrogen, carbon, and hydrogen. Right. So as it contains hydrogen, syngas contains hydrogen, they will be used. So urea production they will use. The next thing that they have given is, the second option that they gave is this. So in urea production, coal gasification can be used. Ethanol. What is the chemical composition of ethanol? It is a hydrocarbon. 11th class organic chemistry. Ethanol. It is a mixture of hydrogen and carbon. How many elements or how many elements of hydrogen and carbon, that it makes you it as ethanol, methanol, or that is. But it is a mixture of hydrogen and carbon. I said coal gasification results in carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and hydrogen. Ethanol contains hydrogen. Urea contains hydrogen. As a result, you use them in the production. But when you go for nitroglycerins, glycerin is something which is made up of oxygen, not hydrogen and carbon monoxide. Nitrogen plus oxygen is nitroglycerin. So if you look at the atomic structure of this, it will consist of the atoms of nitrogen and oxygen, which has nothing to do with coal gasification. So ethanol is a hydrocarbon, urea is a hydrocarbon, coal gasification results in hydrocarbon. So 1, 3, and the question is speaking on the similar lines. Hence, only 2 statements are correct, whereas this is not a hydrocarbon. This is speaking about oxides of nitrogen, right? This is the thing. So 85, very difficult question. I cannot say this is easy unless and until you know the molecular structure. You cannot answer that. What is the common characteristics of the chemical substances generally known as Cl20? Cl20 chemical formula is C6H6N12O12. By the way, I have did this after the paper has come. Very difficult question. HMX, by the way, is in news. LLM 105 is in news. Why these two are in news? Israel-Palestine conflict. Israel has used these chemicals in creating explosives, and these explosives were used in Palestine areas. In Gaza Strip, they have used it. So maybe I might have missed that in current affairs, but these two I have studied in regular current affairs. Everyday newspaper, if you are following, you'll get it. So what are these? So HMX, LLM, they are high melting explosives. So these are explosives used in military weapons. They are not alternatives to hydrofluorocarbons. So hydrofluorocarbons, perfluorocarbon, PFCs are used here.
Dhananjay sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just a minute. Your screen is not presented.
Okay. One second.
Previous question also, just give an overview, sir, very quickly.
Yes, sir. Which one, sir?
The previous question, just before this.
Just before this.
Yeah, this one itself.
Which one, sir? Explosives. Right, sir. So I am sharing the screen. Is it visible?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So what is the cost?
Okay,
Yes,
sorry, this one. Chemical substances. Military weapons.
Military weapons. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Please go.
These are common characteristics of the chemical substances generally known as Cl20, HMX, LLM. They are high energy density molecules or materials. Now, why this was in news? It was in news because Israel has used these explosives while they were attacking Palestinians in the so-called Gaza Strip. So somewhere 4 months back or 5 months back, who has followed this conflict and who has followed regular current affairs? For them, in the Hindu newspaper, they have given HMX LLM 105. However, Cl20, I have not gone through the current affairs, but this is one thing that they have added extra. Among all these three, the most lethal weapon is Cl20. Cl20. That is the reason Israel did not use it. So they have used some moderate explosives there. However, all these are related to explosives in military weapons. Those who have followed current affairs, this becomes an easy thing. So these are 6 things that we find in current affairs, in science and technology here. So 81st can be answered easily, 82 can be answered easily, 83 a bit difficult, 84 can be answered easily, 85 bit difficult, 86 easy for those who are following current affairs. So 4 questions I can say are easy, 2 questions are difficult here. So this is about 86th question as far as science and technology is considered. What about the next one? The next thing that we come across is 87 related to the so-called information technology. Now look at this. They have covered every aspect of technology, including the space, plastics, everything. Now it comes to the so-called IT, information technology. Now just like you are the chip manufacturing, if you are using Core i5 Intel technology, Microsoft has come out with a new chip, which was in news recently, and that is called Mazorana 1 chip. So Microsoft has produced it. Now, what is the advantages of it? It is an high-end computing technology chip, which enables us to do quantum computing, and the quantum computing can be possible up to 1 billion qubits. In 1 second, you can go for flip-flopping the disk of 1 billion times. This is the extreme or highest amount of chip that we have got today. So this is the latest chip that the Microsoft has introduced, and other companies are competing for this. So in that way, we can say Microsoft has been advanced in the chip manufacturing today, because Microsoft is the leading producer of the chips. So it is expected that Mazorana 1 chip will enable quantum computing. Now the question itself is moderated, expected. So you can expect that from the chip. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning, obviously. If you want to make a machine to go for artificial intelligence, you have to train it. You have to train it to have its own capabilities. What is deep learning? Enabling a machine to perform the task on its own. For that, you have to write a code, and that machine should be in a position to correct it automatically. That is called deep learning techniques. So in the machine learning and artificial intelligence, deep learning is one tool, is a subset of deep machine learning. Yes, deep learning is a subset of machine learning. Machine learning, today machines are getting advanced. In that component, this is the thing. So Mazorona, one chip has been introduced by Amazon. No, this is not Amazon. It is introduced by Microsoft. By the way, even if those who have some basic knowledge about computers can answer this, because chips manufacturer, the giant of chip manufacturer is Microsoft, not Amazon. Why Amazon has become famous? Because of its cloud computing technology that is called web services. Cloud computing is something a different concept. Chip manufacturing is something different concept, right? So this is produced not by Amazon, by Microsoft. So the answer is only 1 and 3. But I say this is somewhat difficult question for this. Next, now they went to biotechnology. With reference to monoclonal antibodies, often mentioned in news, consider the following statements. Often mentioned in news. In news, we have seen Nipah virus recently. So often means last 2 years or 1 year. That is what UPSC means. Often means not yesterday, day before yesterday. It means at least 2 years time. So we have seen Nipah virus broke out in Kerala recently. Now what is this virus? This is a zoonotic disease. The major carrier of this is bats. And it is the virus which has come to India from African countries. And it is quite lethal. And what is the medicine that is available for this? The medicine that we have is something like monoclonal antibodies. What is a virus? Virus is a substance which causes disease to the human body. So an external substance which enters into the body and disturbs the human cycle. It is a microorganism which creates disturbance to the so-called human body or human functioning, which alters human functioning. So they are called antigens. So virus is an antigen. So whenever some antigen enters into our body, how our body responds? We have to understand the immune system of the body. So whenever you come across a pathogen entering into your human body, immediately the immune system starts operating. How it starts operating? The first response will be, it will be generating some substances internally to fight against this foreign substance. The body, the proteins that are developed by body to fight against these pathogens or antigens are called antibodies. So antibodies can be of different compositions, which means whenever a foreign substance enters into your body can generate some antibodies which can target that foreign substance directly, or they can target multiple invasions at one time. So whenever human body develops, they will not develop specifically for one type of virus. So the immune system of the human body will be in such a way that whenever it produces the so-called, it starts reacting. So the response will be for different types of antigens. When a particular antigen enters into our body, the body responds, which will not only tackle that, but it can also tackle other antigens. But monoclonal, mono means single. Monoclonal antibodies means these are the antibodies which are made by the man, not human body. Why? You have to make it antigen specific. Mono means when a particular virus is entering, you have to tackle only that virus. And human body will not be in a position to produce only for specific virus or specific antigen or pathogen. As a result, what it results is human body produces antibodies which can tackle a set or host of antigens. But if you want to generate a specific antigen, you have to do it in laboratories. Hence, monoclonal antibodies are those things which are produced by human beings in the so-called laboratories. That is called vaccine generation techniques. So those who have attended the classes on the so-called vaccination technologies, they will be understanding it. So with reference to monoclonal antibodies often mentioned in news, consider the following. Monoclonal means these are the antibodies which will be responding to a specific antigen. If it is virus, it will attack that. If it is a bacteria, it will not attack. But human body produces a set of antibodies. So they are man-made proteins. Yes, you have to make it because specifically you have to design them. They stimulate immunological function due to their ability to bind to specific. Now look at this. Mono, single, specific antigens. So specific. So question is speaking about it. Second statement is giving explanation of monoclonal antibodies. So specific antigens, yes, one antigen is entering here, I'll be attacking that. They are used in the treating of viral infections like Nipah virus, yes. So all these three statements are correct. Very simple question. Those who have attended the classes on immune system, how the human body produces this immunities, how vaccines are generated, how many types of antibodies are there, and what is this immunological systems. All these things are studied in our science and technology, particularly in the so-called biosciences. The sir has dealt it. So the answer is all three are correct. Next, 89th question. No virus can survive in ocean waters. No virus can infect bacteria. No virus can change the cellular transcriptional activity in host cells. No. One question they gave. Any. So answer became none. Right, here no. Again answer becomes none. So what Buddha said, go in the medium path. So no virus can survive in ocean waters. Wrong. Some viruses can survive in ocean waters. Some viruses can infect bacteria. Some viruses can change the cellular transcriptional activity in the host cell. Right, virus can do it. So all these are correct. Wrong in the statements is none of them are correct. Next, 90th question. Activated carbon is good and is an attractive tool to remove pollutants. So this comes under pollution. Mr. Venkatesh sir will take the lead. So this is the question here. So 89th question is simple for those who know some basics of IT. 89, who know life sciences, you can answer this, or who have attended the life sciences classes, you can attend it. 89, extreme statement, anyone can answer this. So this is another thing that we have. So there are some questions that are left. So the last aspect of this is this one. So right guys, these are the questions. So 6 questions here, 6 questions there, and 4 questions in the beginning. So total there are almost 6, 12 plus 4, 16 questions in the so-called science and technology. So what is the analysis here? Science and technology, if you apply common sense, there can be some questions, at least 6 questions you can answer. Those who have knowledge about IT and the so-called who have gone through this microbial analysis or biotechnology, we can answer that question also, monoclonal antibiotics, right? So that two are moderate, the rest of the things are difficult. So the paper, science and technology altogether is going to be a moderate one, where you can have at least 6 questions or 7 questions correctly. So this is as far as science and technology is considered. So this is about science and technology. The next will be history, taken by Mr. Yasir Arafat sir. So I hand over the session to sir. Sir, you can please.
Yes, sir. Just a second, sir.
Yes, sir.
Fine. So good evening, everyone. So let us spend some time discussing on the history questions that have appeared in this year's prelims examination. Just a second. Fine. So take a look at this question. So we are now discussing from set B. Altogether, 16 questions have appeared in the examination. Altogether, 16 questions have appeared in this examination as far as history questions are concerned. So I would say the questions were on the easier side, so moderate to easy. So take a look at these questions. Take a look at 21st question. So this is a question which we frequently discuss in the class. So consider the following statements about Raja Ram Mohan Rai. Consider the following statements about Raja Ram Mohan Rai. So he possessed, statement 1 says, he possessed great love and respect for the traditional philosophical systems of the East. Is this a correct statement? The answer is yes. The point is, Raja Ram Mohan Rai had deep appreciation for the philosophical systems of the East, particularly the Upanishads. He was of the view that the core teachings of the Upanishads are quite rational. He was really impressed with the message of particularly the Upanishads. So in that context, statement 1 is absolutely a correct statement. Take a look at the second one. He desired his countrymen to accept the rational and the scientific approach and the principle of human dignity and the social equality of all men and women. Is this a right statement? The answer is yes, of course. The point is, Raja Ram Mohan Rai undoubtedly argued that the philosophical systems of the East, particularly the Upanishads, he had a deep respect for them. He had a deep appreciation for them. While at the same time, he went on to argue that any text, including the religious text, in case if they do not stand the test of reason, people should not hesitate to leave them. The point is, Raja Ram Mohan Rai was undoubtedly a great rationalist. He was a rationalist to the core. He, on one hand, believed the Upanishadic text to be quite rational texts, while at the same time, he went on to argue that any text, including the religious text, in case if they do not stand the test of reason, people should not hesitate to leave them. So in that context, both the statements are right. So statement 1 is absolutely a right statement. Statement 2 is undoubtedly a right statement. So the answer for this question is both 1 and 2. So both the statements are correct. So take a look at the next question. Take a look at the next question. So the 22nd question. So this question is on the programs of protest taken up by the Congress party during the non-cooperation movement. So take a look at this question. Consider the following subjects with regard to the non-cooperation program. So 4 options have been given here. So the question is asking us to identify which of the above were parts of the non-cooperation program. So basically this question is asking us to identify which were those programs, those protest programs taken up by the Congress party during the non-cooperation movement. So statement 1 says boycott of law codes and foreign cloth. Absolutely, this was the main program of the non-cooperation movement. Congress party, including Gandhiji, gave a call to the people to stop purchasing the British manufactured clothes and start relying on the made in India goods, including the textiles. So boycott of foreign cloth was an important program of protest of the non-cooperation movement. Boycott of law courts was also an important program of protest. So basically, Gandhiji gave a call to the people of India to even boycott the British established institutions. An example of the British established institution is law courts. So statement 1 is the correct option. Take a look at the second one. Observance of strict non-violence. This is the core. Basically, Gandhiji was very keen that the program, the protest program at no cost should turn violent. So observance of strict non-violence is the core program of the non-cooperation movement. Take a look at the third one. Retention of titles and honors without using them in public. In fact, boycott of the titles conferred on the Indians by the British was an important program of protest during the non-cooperation movement. Let me clarify. Boycott of the titles conferred on the Indians by the British happens to be an important program of protest during the non-cooperation movement. So 3 should not include our answer. It should not be part of our answer. So take a look at the fourth one, establishment of panchayats for settlement of or settling disputes. This was another important call given by Congress party, including Gandhiji, to the people of India to not go to the British established courts in case if they have any disputes, and rather make use of the village panchayats to settle all their disputes. So option 4 is the right answer. So the question is, how many of the above programs, how many of the above were parts of the non-cooperation program? So option 1 is definitely a program. Option 2 is also a program. Option 4 is also a program. So only one, the third statement is not, should not be part of our answer. So the answer for this question is only 3. So C is the right answer for this particular question. So only 3. So 3 of the above 4 given statements are correct. So take a look at the next question. Take a look at the next question. So I have been emphasizing very much on the need to spend time discussing on the regional dynasties, because if you take a look at the last 3-4 year questions, that is last 3 year question papers, UPSC has now started increasingly asking questions from various regional dynasties of India. So one such regional dynasty of India is the Pallavan dynasty, the Pallavas, who were in rule in the post-Gupta time period. So the Pallavas, they ruled from Kanchipuram. One of the very important Pallava dynasty ruler is Mahendra Varman I. So take a look at this question. Who among the following rulers in ancient India had assumed titles Matta Vilasa, Vichitra Chitta, and Gunabhara? So basically, we have a Pallava dynasty ruler by name Mahendra Varman I, who was in power in early 7th century AD. In fact, Mahendra Varman I is remembered as the first Pallava dynasty ruler to be involved in geopolitical wars with the Chalukyas. So Mahendra Varman I was a very important Pallava dynasty ruler, and he is remembered for having involved for his role in geopolitical wars with the Chalukyas of Badami. And besides that, he is also remembered for his scholarship. So basically, Mahendra Varman I was a Sanskrit scholar, and he wrote a book titled Matta Vilasa Prahasana. In fact, I have emphasized so much on this particular book in our classroom discussion. So Matta Vilasa is in fact the title taken by, this was in fact the title taken by Mahendra Varman I. So besides Matta Vilasa, Mahendra Varman I also took other titles such as Vichitra Chitta and Gunabhara. Vichitra Chitta is basically a versatile individual. Vichitra Chitta means a person with a very versatile personality. Gunabhara, Guna is virtue, Bhara is bearer. So basically, Gunabhara means bearer of virtues. So basically, all of these titles of Mahendra Varman I indicate that he was a man, he was a very versatile individual. He was a scholar. He was also a man who showed interest in various other aspects of life as well, indicating that he took all of these different titles, Matta Vilasa, Vichitra Chitta, Gunabhara, etc. So the answer for this question is Mahendra Varman I, who was in power in early 7th century AD, who was basically a Pallava dynasty ruler. Got the point? So the question is fairly factual. So unless and until you know, you will not be able to answer this at all. So the answer for this question is option A, that is Mahendra Varman I. Now take a look at the next one. Take a look at the next question. That is the 25th question. Fahian, the Chinese pilgrim, traveled to India during the reign of. So this is a very oft repeated question in various examinations. In fact, I discussed very clearly with you the Chinese pilgrims who paid a visit to India during the ancient times. I told you that during the ancient times, many Chinese pilgrims came to India. They came to India on a pilgrimage. The point is, all of these Chinese pilgrims who visited India happen to be Buddhist. And since India is a birthplace of Buddhism, so during the ancient times, many Chinese did come to India for pilgrimage. And they came to India to collect texts associated with Buddhism. They came to India on a pilgrimage. They also came to India to collect various texts relating to Buddhist religion. One such very first Buddhist pilgrim to visit India is Fahian. He was in India in early 4th century AD. In fact, he was in India in early 5th century AD, not 4th. So he lived in India for about 15 years. And he visited India during the time period of a very famous Gupta dynasty ruler by name Chandragupta II. So Chandragupta II was the ruler when Fahian visited India, and this is a very oft repeated questions in many examinations. I certainly laid emphasis on this particular point. So it's a straightforward question. So take a look at the next question. So, and once again, the emphasis, if you take a look at this 26th question, things become clear that UPSC has now started asking more number of questions from regional dynasties. One such regional dynasty of India is the Cholas, the imperial Cholas who were in power in the early medieval time period. So take a look at this 26th question. Who among the following led a successful military campaign against the kingdom of Srivijaya, a powerful maritime state which ruled the Malaya Peninsula, Sumatra, Java, and the neighboring islands? This was the question. So this also I have very clearly discussed in the class. So I have discussed about the Cholas, particularly I have discussed about the two Chola rulers, Rajaraja the One and Rajendra the One. So Rajaraja the One ruled in the late 10th century AD, and his son Rajendra the One ruled in early 11th century AD. He ruled in early 11th century AD. I'm talking about Rajendra the One. So Rajendra the One, he was in power in early 11th century AD. So by 11th century AD itself, that is by early 11th century AD itself, the Cholas had emerged as the dominant political power of South India. The Cholas had emerged as the dominant political power of South India. That's the point. So the Cholas also started expanding their influence in regions outside of the present day, the mainland India. That is, they started expanding their influence even in regions outside the present day mainland India. So for example, the Cholas had their influence in the present day Sri Lanka. They also had their influence in Maldives. They also had their influence in Lakshadweep. And very interesting, they also had their influence extended up to Southeast Asia, particularly the Malay Peninsula. That is the present day Indonesia region. Got the point? So the point is, initially, in the initial years of the Chola rule, the Cholas had very good diplomatic ties with the rulers of Indonesia. By the way, Indonesia back in those days was referred to as Srivijaya. So the name of the kingdom of Indonesia back in those days was Srivijaya. And back then there was a dynasty known as the Sailendra dynasty, which was ruling Srivijaya at that point of time. And there was a Srivijaya ruler by name Sangrama Vijayotunga Varma. Sangrama Vijayotunga Varma. So the point is, initially the relations between the Srivijaya rulers and the Chola rulers were very good. They were really, really good. There were very good diplomatic ties between both of the two kingdoms. But in course of time, particularly during Rajendra I's time period, that is when Rajendra I came to power, the relations between both of these kingdoms, the Srivijaya and the Chola kingdom, began to deteriorate. The reason is the Srivijaya rulers began to have their control over the Malacca Straits. And you know that Malacca Straits is a very important choke point. It is a very important, it is a very, anyone who have control over the Malacca Straits can virtually have their influence over trade. That is, they can have their impact over trade taking place between West Asia, India, and Far East. So basically, the Chola rulers had very good trade relations with China. Lot of trade was passing through the Malacca Straits, and the Srivijaya rulers began, disturbing the trade. So therefore, the Chola dynasty ruler, that is Rajendra I, invaded Srivijaya and defeated its ruler by name Sangrama Vijayatunga Varma. And this happened in early 11th century AD. The point is, the Cholas could carry on with their military conquests in regions far away from present-day India, that is mainland India, because of their strong navy. That is, in the history of India, a very few dynasties have given importance to maintaining a very strong navy. One such dynasty is undoubtedly the Chola dynasty. So it is with the help, it is using their naval power, the Cholas invaded and defeated the Srivijaya rulers. So with this, let us take a look at these questions. 4 options have been given here. So the question is, who among the following led a successful military campaign against the kingdom of Srivijaya, the powerful maritime state which ruled the Malaya Peninsula, Sumatra, Java, and the neighboring islands? So the answer for this question is straightforward. It is Rajendra I. I just had a discussion about him. So Rajendra I ruled for about 30 years. He was in power in the early 11th century AD. So he was the one who achieved this military success against the Srivijaya rulers. The answer for this question is Rajendra I. So take a look at this next question. With reference to ancient India, consider the following fates. Consider the following fates. So this is a straightforward question, but if you have some idea of where the 16 large kingdoms of the later Vedic period were located, that is around the 6th century BC, 16 large-sized kingdoms have come into existence. So for you to answer this question, you should be having fairly some knowledge of the geographical location of these 16 large-sized kingdoms. So Asmaka, take a look at the first option. Asmaka. Asmaka was a Mahajanapada. It's a large kingdom of the 6th century BC. So Asmaka was the only Mahajanapada located south of the Vindhyas. So the question is asking us to identify the river which flows through those kingdoms. The rivers which flow through those 16 big kingdoms. So definitely Godavari river was flowing through the Asmaka kingdom. Asmaka, the core region of Asmaka is Maharashtra and North Telangana. And definitely the Godavari river definitely flows in this particular territory. So the option 1 is the right option. So take a look at the second one, Kamboja. Kamboja is a Mahajanapada located in the present-day POK region, the Pakistan occupied Kashmir region. So the river that is given here is Vipas. Vipas is basically the Vedic name of river Bias. Vipas is basically the Vedic name of river Bias, the tributary of river Indus. So basically, you might be knowing that river Bias flows in Punjab and not in POK region. It basically flows in Punjab. So therefore, Vipas does not flow in a region where Kamboja was located. Definitely not. So take a look at the third option, that is Avanti. Take a look at the third option, that is Avanti. So Avanti is a kingdom that was based out in Madhya Pradesh region. And the river that is given opposite to that of Avanti is Mahanadi. But you might be knowing that Mahanadi is a river the flows in Chhattisgarh and Odisha region. So definitely this is not the right option. So fourth is 𝐭𝐮𝐻. 𝐭𝐮𝐻 is a very important Mahajanapada of the 6th century BC. So 𝐭𝐮𝐻 had a capital, that is Ayodhya. In fact, the very important city of 𝐭𝐮𝐻 kingdom is Ayodhya, and the kingdom of the city of Ayodhya was located on the banks of the river Saryu. So basically, Saryu river was flowing in the kingdom of 𝐭𝐮𝐻. So the question is asking us to identify the question is asking us to identify the number of pairs that are correctly matching of the above four. So of the four options given, two are the one which are correctly matching. One, Asmaka, definitely Godavari river was flowing in Asmaka. Vipas, the second, definitely this should not be the answer. Third is Mahanadi. This is also not the part of your answer. Fourth is 𝐭𝐮𝐻. Definitely this should be part of your answer. So 1 and 4 should be part of your answer. So how many are correctly matched? Of the 4 that are given above, 2 are correctly matching. So answer for this question is B. Only 2 should be your answer. Only 2 should be your answer. Now take a look at the next one. So this is only, by the way, only one question came from the art and culture part. And the two, a fairly simple question was asked. So the question is on, take a look at this 28th question. So the first Gandharva Mahavidyalaya, a music training school, was set up in 1901 by Vishnu Digambar Palushkar. So basically this question is asking on the geographical area where the Gandharva Mahavidyalaya was established. So Gandharva Mahavidyalaya was an institution that was established to promote Hindustani classical music. Gandharva Mahavidyalaya was an institution established to promote Hindustani classical music. It was established by a very famous Hindustani classical music expert by name Vishnu Digambar Palushkar. So this institution went on to play a very important role in the revival of this very important art form. Gandharva Mahavidyalaya played, in fact, during the British times, what happened, many of the art forms declined considerably, but it was in the late, it was in the 19th and 20th century AD that effort began to be made by different individuals to revive all of these different art forms of India. One such individual who should be given credit for reviving the Hindustani classical art form is Vishnu Digambar Palushkar. So he established an institution called Gandharva Mahavidyalaya in 1901, and this institution was established in Lahore. So the answer for this question is D, option D. Of course, Vishnu Digambar Palushkar later shifted the headquarters of Gandharva Mahavidyalaya to Bombay in course of time. But initially, the headquarters of Gandharva Mahavidyalaya was located in Lahore. That's the answer. Now take a look at the 29th question. So this is also a straightforward question. I have been discussing this in class I have emphasized this on this particular point. So not a very difficult question to answer. Take a look at this question. Ashokan inscriptions suggest that the Pradeshika, Rajuka and Yukta were important officers at D. Basically, Pradeshika, Rajuka and Yuktas happen to be important officers of the Mauryan administration at the district level. They were important officers at the district level administration during the Mauryan times. So the point is the Mauryan Empire for administrative convenience was divided into a large number of provinces called Pada. Then each Pada, that is a province of the Mauryan Empire, were divided into a number of districts called Ahara. So at the level of an Ahara, at the level of each Ahara, there were 3 important officers appointed by the Mauryas. One is Pradeshika, second is Rajuka, third is Yukta. One is we have Pradeshika, Second is we have Rajuka, and the third is Yukta. So Pradeshika was the overall in charge of the district level administration. He was the overall in charge of the district level administration. He headed both the revenue administration and also the law and order administration. Pradeshika headed both law and order administration and the revenue administration. Rajuka, on the other hand, assisted Pradeshika in land revenue matters. Rajuka was the backbone of land revenue administration. Rajuka assisted Pradeshika in land revenue administration. Then Yukta were clerical level staff at the district level administration. Yuktas. These were the clerical level staff at the district level administration. So the question is asking us to identify as to at which level these three officers were working during the Mauryan times. So the answer for this question is a district level administration. So these three officers were playing a very, very important role at the district level administration. So the answer for this question should be B. Then take a look at the 30th question. Consider the following statements in respect of the non-cooperation movement. In fact, in this year's prelims, we have two questions that came directly from the non-cooperation movement. Take a look at this one. Consider the following statements in respect of the non-cooperation movement. Statement 1. The Congress declared the attainment of Swaraj by all legitimate and peaceful means to be its objective. Is statement 1 a correct statement? Let's take a look at statement 1 once again. The Congress declared the attainment of Swaraj by all legitimate and peaceful means to be its objective. Statement 1 is in fact a correct statement. The point is, let us be very clear as to what the meaning of a Swaraj is. Swaraj, as used during the non-cooperation movement, did not mean complete independence. Swaraj, the term Swaraj, as used during the non-cooperation movement, only meant self-rule or home rule or dominion status. It all means one and the same. So the objective of the Congress party during the non-cooperation movement was to achieve self-rule for India. The objective of the Congress party during the non-cooperation movement of 1920 and 1922 was to achieve self-rule to India or self-rule in India. And their objective was to achieve self-rule by legitimate, by which we mean constitutional means. That is, the Congress leaders wanted to achieve the objective of self-rule by remaining within the framework of a law. They never tried violating any law. They wish to remain within the framework of a law to carry out their protest. So therefore, legitimate is the right answer. How about peaceful means to be peaceful means? In fact, Gandhiji was very particular that the movement for independence of India should be carried out in a very peaceful, non-violent manner. So option 1, this is statement 1, is a correct option. The Congress declared, basically the statement 1 is on the objective of the Congress party during the non-cooperation movement. So statement 1 correctly captures the objective of the Congress party during the non-cooperation movement. So the statement 1 says, the Congress declared attainment of Swaraj by all legitimate and peaceful means to be its objective. So statement 1 is absolutely a correct statement. Take a look at statement 2. It was to be implemented in stages. It was to be implemented in stages with civil disobedience and non-payment of taxes for the next stage only if Swaraj did not come within a year and the government resorted to repression. Is statement 2 a correct statement? The answer is yes. The point is, the Congress leaders, including Gandhiji, very clearly articulated during the non-cooperation movement. They very, very clearly articulated during the non-cooperation movement that in case if the British failed to meet the demands of the Congress party to to grant Swaraj to India within 1 year. Gandhiji very clearly made his position very clear. He made his position very clear. Gandhiji declared that in case if the British did not grant self-rule to India within 1 year after the launch of the non-cooperation movement, in such a case, Gandhiji declared that going forward, the Congress party would take up other forms of protest such as civil disobedience, by which we mean disobeying unjust civil laws. Civil disobedience means disobeying unjust civil laws like say salt law. Then Gandhiji also declared that the Congress party would also take up would also encourage Indians not to pay taxes to the British government. So basically, the Congress party, including Gandhiji, made the position very clear that in case if the British failed to give Swaraj to India within 1 year of the launch of the non-cooperation movement, in such a case, Gandhiji declared that going forward, whichever movement the Congress party launches, during such movements, the Congress party would take up other methods of protest like civil disobedience, non-payment of taxes, etc. Point. So statement 2 is definitely a correct statement as far as the non-cooperation movement was concerned. So which of the statements given above are correct? So both 1 and 2 are correct statements. So the answer for this question is option C. The answer for this question is option C. Point. That's about the 30 questions. So take a look at the 91st question. We have another 6-7 more questions to go. Take a look at the 91st question. Just a minute. Fine. Take a look at the 91st question. So sedition has become my religion was the famous statement given by Gandhiji at the time of. So this is a very, very famous statement made by Gandhiji. But the question is asking us to identify at what point of time Gandhiji made this statement. So Gandhiji, in the summer of 1942, Gandhiji was undoubtedly in a very uniquely militant mood. So Gandhiji mostly spoke the language of non-violence, but in the summer of 1942, Gandhiji was in a very, very uniquely militant mood, undoubtedly. So it was in August 1942, Gandhiji delivered a speech in Bombay, which is famously known as the Do or Die speech. So Gandhiji in August 1942 delivered a historic speech which has become popular as a do or die speech. It was in that speech Gandhiji used this phrase known as sedition has become my religion. It was in that speech Gandhiji used this phrase, that is, sedition has become my religion. So the point is, when he used this phrase, he actually meant when Gandhiji used this phrase, what he meant was that he held the British rule to be a very immoral rule. When he used this phrase, Gandhiji actually meant that he considered the British rule to be a very unjust, immoral rule. And Gandhiji used this phrase to indicate that he used this phrase emphasizing that opposing British rule was his moral duty. The point is, when Gandhiji used this phrase, he meant that opposing, he considered British rule to be a very unjust, immoral rule, and therefore he declared that opposing the British rule is his moral duty. So it was in that particular sense it was in that particular context, Gandhiji used this phrase, that is, sedition has become my religion. So the point is, during which movement did Gandhiji made this statement is the question. So basically, following this speech of Gandhiji, that the Congress party went on to launch a mass movement in India known as the Quit India movement. So it was after this speech of Gandhiji that the Congress party went on to launch the Quit India movement in August 1942. So the point is, this phrase is taken out of a speech delivered by Gandhiji leading up to the launch of the Quit India movement. So the answer for this question is the launch of the Quit India movement in 1942. So the answer for this question is option D. Option D is the right answer. Got my point? Now take a look at the next question. So this is a straightforward question. So very factual. Many times we overlook factual information, but at times UPSC is known for asking very, very factual questions. And this year, as far as history is concerned, we do have a number of very, very factual questions. Take a look at the question 92. The famous female figurine known as the dancing girl found at Mohenjo-daro is made of. It is basically the question is asking us to identify the metal or the matter, the substance with which the famous statue, that is the dancing girl statue, is made up of. So basically, this dancing girl statue has been discovered at a place known as Mohenjo-daro, and this dancing girl figurine is made up of bronze. Carnelian is, take a look at option A. Carnelian is basically a semi-precious stone, which was used back in those days, including during the Indus Valley period, for making beads, B-E-A-D-S, beads. Clay, of course, clay was also used, but for making pottery, clay was used. Clay was also used for making terracotta objects. Got the point? Third, bronze, this is the right answer. Gold was also used by the people of Indus Valley civilization, but mostly gold was used for jewelry. Got the point? Not for making the image of a dancing girl. So the answer for this question is straightforward. C is the right answer, bronze. Now take a look at 93rd question. Who provided legal defense to the people arrested in the aftermath of the Chauri Chaura incident? And this question, mind you, is also related to the non-cooperation movement. So altogether, we have 3 questions coming from the non-cooperation movement alone. Got my point? Take a look at this question. Who provided legal defense to the people arrested in the aftermath of the Chauri Chaura incident? So basically, in early February 1922, in fact, to be very precise, on 4th of February 1922, an unfortunate incident took place at a place known as Chauri Chaura. So basically, the non-cooperation movement was on the full swing in February 1922. The non-cooperation movement was on the full swing. So the British authorities went on to arrest a very prominent Congress leader by name Bhagwan Ahir. So protesting his arrest, the Congress workers took out a rally. So the rally taken out by the Congress workers turned violent. So basically, the Congress workers, while protesting against the arrest of Bhagwan Ahir, attacked the police station located at a place known as Chauri Chaura. So in that attack on the police station at Chauri Chaura, altogether 22 policemen got killed. In fact, the 22 policemen of the Chauri Chaura police station were burnt alive. So following this incident, following this unfortunate incident, the police launched a crackdown. They arrested close to 270 protesters, of which 170 were given death sentence. Mind you, 170 individuals were given death sentence by the British courts in this particular incident. The point is, the Congress leaders, during the course of the non-cooperation movement, took a decision to give up their law profession. Many of the Congress leaders happened to be lawyers, but during the non-cooperation movement, the Congress leaders took a decision to not practice in the British established courts. The point is, the boycott of courts was a very important program of protest during the non-cooperation movement. But the point is, by looking at the severity of this case, because the British arrested close to 270 Indians, of which 170 were given death sentence in the Chowri Chowra incident. So by looking at the severity or the importance of this case, the Congress leaders, particularly C.R. Das, decided to take up law profession to defend those Indians who were convicted in this case. So basically, to defend Indians who were convicted in this case, C.R. Das, who had earlier given up his law profession, once again took up his job, his profession, to defend the Indian nationalists. Got the point? So the answer for this question is C.R. Das. So he was the one who came forward to fight a case on behalf of those who were convicted in the Chowri Chowra incident. So the answer for this question is option A. A is the right option. Now take a look at the 94th question. Take a look at the 94th question. So subsequent to which one of the following events, Gandhiji, who consistently opposed untouchability and appealed for its eradication from all spheres, decided to include the upliftment of Harijans in his political and social program. So basically, Gandhiji, right from the beginning, took up the cause of social reforms as a part and parcel of the national movement. Point is, Gandhiji was the one who made the question of social reforms a part and parcel of the national movement. So alongside the national movement, Gandhiji also began raking up the questions of social reform. He began speaking against discrimination in the name of caste. He also particularly began opposing untouchability. But specifically, he began raising the question of untouchability more so after an incident known as the Pune Pact. So basically, it was in 1932. It was in 1932, and to be very precise, it was in August 1932, the British made an announcement which became popularly known as the Communal Award. The British made an announcement in August 1932, and this decision of the British is popularly known as the Communal Award. So under the Communal Award, the British granted separate electorates to the untouchables, that is to the Dalits. But Gandhiji was opposed to it tooth and nail. Gandhiji was opposed to the granting of separate electorates to the Dalits, to the untouchables. Gandhiji was of the view that the granting of separate electorates to the Dalits, that is to the untouchables, was a part of the British ploy to divide and rule the Indians. Gandhiji was very clear in his head. He viewed the British strategy of separate electorates as a method of dividing and ruling over the Indians. Particularly, he opposed granting of separate electorates to the untouchables because he viewed the granting of separate electorates to the untouchables as a ploy on the part of the British to divide Hindus themselves. Earlier, the British made attempts to divide people on various lines, on the lines of religion, on the lines of language. And in 1932, British made an attempt to divide people within Hindus themselves. That is, the British made an attempt to divide Hindus themselves. So therefore, Gandhiji was opposed to it. So in opposition to the granting of separate electorates, Gandhiji went on a hunger strike. So following the hunger strike, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar reached out. Basically, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was in favor of separate electorates to the Dalits. So therefore, Gandhiji, when he carried out hunger strike, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar reached out to Gandhiji, leading to an agreement known as the Pune Pact. So the point is, it was specifically after the Pune Pact of September 1932. So in September 1932, Pune Pact was signed. It was particularly after the Pune Pact, Gandhiji began raking up the question of social reform. Gandhiji particularly began raking up the question of untouchability in India. So along with the point is, he made the question of untouchability a part and parcel of the national movement from 1932 onwards. So in fact, in 1932, Gandhiji went on to establish an organization to eradicate untouchability known as Harijan Sevak Sangh. Gandhiji founded this organization to fight against untouchability. The name of this organization is Harijan Sevak Sangh. Harijan Sevak Sangh. He also started a journal in 1933, namely Harijan, with the same objective of fighting against untouchability. Got the point. So the answer for this question is A, Pune Pact of September 1932. It has nothing to do with the Gandhi-Irwin Pact. So Gandhi-Irwin Pact, it has absolutely nothing to do with the Gandhi-Irwin Pact. C, option C is arrest of Congress leaders at the time of the Quit India movement. Absolutely not. And D is promulgation of a Government of India Act. Basically, option D is relating to the constitutional developments in India. So option B, C, D are nothing to do with the question of untouchability. Basically, Gandhiji started the question of untouchability, particularly after the Pune Pact. So the answer is option A. Take a look at question number 95. And this is once again a straightforward question. So very unexpected one. Now take a look at this question. Consider the following fruits: papaya, pineapple, guava. So how many of the above were introduced in India by the Portuguese in the 16th and the 17th centuries? So the Portuguese also had under their control South America. They had under their control regions like Argentina, Brazil, etc. And basically, it is from South America that the Portuguese began introducing many new crops into India. So for example, tobacco was introduced by the Portuguese. Papaya, pineapple was also introduced by the Portuguese. So guava is a native crop of India. Guava is native to India, but papaya, undoubtedly papaya was introduced by the Portuguese. Pineapple was also introduced by the Portuguese. Besides these two, the Portuguese also went on to introduce many other crops as well, like say tobacco is one such crop. So how many of the above were introduced in India by the Portuguese is the question. So the answer for this question is only 2. Got the point. So option B is the right answer. Now take a look at the last question. That is question number 98. This is the last question of the history. So who among the following was the founder of self-respect movement? So self-respect movement is an anti-caste movement started by E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar in Tamil Nadu. So Ramaswamy Naikar was opposed to discrimination in the name of caste. He also fought for the rights of women as well. He was also very strong. He was also known for his views on rationality. So Ramaswamy Naikar was a rationalist to the core. He also fought for the rights of the marginalized sections of the society, like women. He also spoke for people of the lower castes, not just the Dalits. He also spoke for in favor of the rights of the people belonging to the lower castes. So self-respect movement is basically an anti-caste movement started by E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar, Periyar E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar in 1925. He started this movement in Tamil Nadu. And his movement, in a way, laid the foundation for the Dravidian movement in course of time. The ideas of Ramaswamy Naikar shaped the activities of the Dravidian movement in course of time. So the answer for this question is option A. So altogether, so what is my take? Altogether, 16 questions have come from history. Of these, 8 came from modern Indian history. There were 6 questions from ancient India, and there was only 1 question from medieval India and 1 from art and culture. So on the whole, 10 to 12 questions, anyone who have attended the classes and those who have read NCERTs properly, I'm sure they would not have any problem in attempting at least 12 questions. 12 they can get absolutely right. So 12 questions they can attempt at any cost. The other 4 questions, so you need some basically so the point is 12 could be attempted not with some preparation, but to attempt the other 4 you need reasonably good amount of preparation. So my take as far as history questions are concerned, they are moderate to easy. So just 2 or 3 questions are difficult, but other questions are reasonably on the easier side. So that's all for today. That's all about my topic, and hand over the baton to the other faculty. Hello, sir.
Hello, Kiran sir. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Kiran sir. Arafa sir, you engage for a few minutes.
Yes, sir. Fine. So fine. How many of you have attempted? Any student who have given today's exam, if they have any questions as far as history is concerned, they can now ask questions in case you have any. Yes, sir. So the Kiran sir is back. So Kiran sir would be continuing the session. So he would be discussing the other questions asked in today's examination. So yes, sir. Kiran sir, I hand it over to you, sir.
Good evening, all. We are going to discuss now the IR part. We are going to discuss now the IR part. In current affairs, we are going to discuss the IR part. So anyhow, this is part of current affairs as well as governance. The Suryagar Bijli Yojana, it targets installation of 1 crore solar roof panels. This is right statement. Ministry of New and Renewable Energy aims to impart training on installation, operation, maintenance, repair of solar rooftop systems. Second statement is also right. And third statement is also right. It is going to create 3 lakh skilled manpower. So the answer is D for 20th question. Here, it also comes under governance. Indian Railways have planned, it is not 2028, it is 2030. That is why this statement is wrong. Kavach is totally indigenous. It is not in collaboration with Germany. That is why it is also wrong. So, which of the following statements given above are not correct? That means statement 1, statement 2 are not correct. Hence, the right answer is A. This purely comes under GK and current affairs. Beamstick. It is part and parcel of IR. Beamstick question, it was expected because our Prime Minister Narendra Modi attended Beamstick summit that has been held in Thailand. Bay of Bengal initiative for multi-sectoral and technical economic cooperation. It was held in Thailand. It assumes significance in the light of Chinese belligerence in South China Sea, its assertiveness in South China Sea. So it's a regional organization consisting of 7 member states. It is right. 7 member states are India, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Thailand, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, and Nepal. It came into existence in 1999. It is wrong statement. It came into existence in 1997. Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Nepal were founding members of BIMSTEC. This statement is also wrong because Nepal is not founding member. The founding members were India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Thailand, not Nepal. The founding members were only 4. Fourth statement in BIMSTEC, the subsector of tourism is being led by India. It is also wrong because the subsector of tourism is led by Nepal. So, which of the statements given above are correct? So, statement 1 is right. The right answer is D. The right answer is D. Who amongst the following are the members of jury to select the recipient of Gandhi Peace Prize? It comes under current affairs as well as, you can say, governance. The right answer is the Prime Minister of India, Chief Justice of India, Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha. 2, 3, 4. C is the right answer. C is the right answer. Consider the following statements regarding AI Action Summit that has been held in Paris. This is very, very important question. It was expected. Prime Minister India, our Prime Minister, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he attended that in Paris. So statement 1, it was co-chaired by India. The event builds on the advances made at Belteki Park Summit held in 2023, Seoul Summit held in 2024. So this statement is right. Along with other countries, US and UK also signed the declaration on inclusive and sustainable AI. It is wrong statement because 58 nations, they signed the joint statement, but UK and US were not part. So which of the following statements given above are correct? So only one is correct. Only one is correct. Consider the following. This is purely current affairs. Yeah, BRICS. It is IR component. BRICS, as we know, the BRICS summit has been held in Kazan. Kazan in Russia. Last year it was held. Kazan is one of the important important cities in Russia. Indonesia has become a full member. Here, the answer is very tricky. All the three statements are correct. The theme of 68th BRICS Summit was strengthening multiculturalism for just global development and security. It is also correct. Recently, in 2025, Indonesia has become 11th member of BRICS. But here the nearest answer is 1 and 3. The nearest answer is 1 and 3. Actually, the three statements are correct, but 1 and 3 are more pertinent and more correct. You can, the right answer is, right option is C. Consider the following countries. It is IR component. Which one among the following countries are not part of NATO? Austria is not part of NATO, because if you remember, our Prime Minister he visited Austria. At that time, if you were to read the articles that were published on our Prime Minister's visit to Austria, it was mentioned Austria is not member of NATO. After 41 years, our Prime Minister visited Austria. Then Bulgaria is member of NATO, Croatia is member of NATO, Serbia is not member of NATO. Sweden recently joined in NATO. Generally, these Scandinavian countries such as Sweden, Norway, they claim themselves as neutral countries, but because of Russia and Ukraine war, some Scandinavian countries, they are forced to become members of NATO. North Macedonia is also member of NATO. So the right answer, 4. Only 4 are members of NATO. Only 4 are members of NATO. So I advised the aspirants, whenever they come across any question about which they do not have total clarity, at least you should be able to avoid 2 options. Austria, because of our Prime Minister's visit, it is most probably known to most of the aspirants that it is not member of NATO. So this is how you can eliminate options. So clearly D can be eliminated. Clearly D can be eliminated. A can also be eliminated because Croatia, Bulgaria, Sweden, and North Macedonia, they are members. Here, what we have to observe, after the end of Cold War, the erstwhile parts of the USSR, the past USSR, they joined in NATO, like Bulgaria, Croatia, like that, North Macedonia. Rashtriya Gokul Mission, both the statements are correct. It is important for the upliftment of rural poor, as majority of low producing indigenous animals are with small and marginal farmers and landless labor. It was initiated to promote indigenous cattle and buffalo rearing and conservation in a scientific and holistic manner. Both 1 and 2 are correct. You can say it is part of governance as well as current affairs. So, thank you all. I hope you should come up with flying colors. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah, Venkatesh sir. Who is going to take up now? Dhananjay sir now? Is it Dhananjay sir?
Sir, I will be taking Venkatesh.
Yeah, you are going to take it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Yeah.
Hello, everyone again. I hope I am audible to you. Am I audible? Just a minute. Hello, everyone again. Yeah. Yes. So far you have listened to the analysis of almost all the other subjects, be it science and technology, be it geography by me, or polity, or history, or current affairs and all. Now let us complete the last section, environment. If you see this environment questions, I think here there is as you all know, there is so much amount of randomness which is involved in this subject. So randomness is quite common, right? And there are certain approachable questions. So whatever you try to do, you have to always try to see which questions are approachable. You have to try to complete them. And then the non-approachable questions, it is better to avoid. This is a key aspect of environmental studies over the last 3-4 years. Very much random, which cannot be covered from the regular current affairs and all. The same thing has been continued. So now let us discuss about certain things. Okay. Which organizations enacted the Nature Restoration Law to tackle climate change and biodiversity loss? So, to increase the resilience of the ecosystem and all, to increase the quality of the nature and all, the European Union has passed a law to tackle the climate change and the biodiversity loss. It was implemented last year. It was in use. So people who follow the current affairs and all, they could have done this well. Otherwise, we would have got this wrong, right? So, Dhrushiva Singh, have you attempted this paper today? Did you get this question right? Did you get it right? Right? So the answer is European Union. Much very straightforward, factual questions, single statement questions. So in this type of things, either you know or you don't know. Nothing in between. Nothing to eliminate here, right? Very factual, very straightforward, very factual question. Single statement questions usually tend to either you know or either you don't know. There is nothing in between, right? This is there. Now let us move forward to the next question. Yeah. Now, how many of them contain plastic based on the options given here? That is what the question is. Now you see here, car tires, we do use some varieties of plastic here. Eyeglass lenses, we do use some kind of a plastic. You know that everything is a resource now. It all depends on the technologies. Some of you might not be aware that even cigarette butts can be made out of some kind of a plastic material. Even that as well, right? So this could be the confusion for most of you. Even in cigarette butts contain some amount of plastic. So answer is all the three. Right. So this is the trickiness involved here. Once again, this is somewhat a trickiness. Cannot answer the first statement for some people. Eyeglass lenses, people are aware that plastic is used. Car tires, rubber is there along with it certain modern facilities. You do find even plastic being used. Now the next question. So okay, this is about 90th question as part of the section D, set D. Right. Now you see question. Activated carbon or charcoal, which is there. How is that? Based on that, they asked a question. Now let us see. Activated carbon. is a good and an attractive tool to remove pollutants from effluent streams and remediate contaminants from various industries. So it is all about reducing the impact of the pollution, collecting the waste. That is the theme. So there is one kind of an element called activated carbon or the charcoal, right? So this is the thing. That's what the statement 1 is saying. Statement 2. Activated carbon exhibits a large surface area and has a strong potential for absorbing the heavy metals. So it has the ability to absorb the heavy metals. Then, activated carbon can be easily synthesized from environmental waste with high carbon content. It can also be synthesized from environmental waste with high carbon content. Which statement is correct? Which is the representation of that? Now, if you have understood about the statement 1, statement 2 and statement 3 seems logical. There is nothing extreme, right? There is nothing very much abnormal. Most probably it could be right, right? So if you know statement 1 something about that, then both statement 2 and 3 are correct and they explain the statement 1. That is why it is used as a removing the pollutants. That's why it is absorbing the heavy metals, and it can be used for high carbon content as well, right? So that way you can say option A is right. Okay. So slightly I would say this is a medium level question, medium level. Okay. If you have known about the statement 1, you could have answered, otherwise you could not, right? Let us move forward to the next question now. Yeah. Now, cement industry. Now, this is also mostly difficult for most of you guys. How many of you have attempted this question? So people who are watching it for the first time, can you think and can you answer this question in the comments? Can you answer this question in the comments? See, I'll give you just around around 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Think. Let's see how many of you can answer. You see, statement 1. Studies indicate that carbon dioxide emissions from cement industry. So there is a study which indicate that the carbon dioxide emissions from cement industry account for more than 5% of global carbon emissions. Okay, that is a statement. Then silica-bearing clay is mixed with the limestone while manufacturing cement. Limestone is converted into lime during clinker production for cement manufacturing. That is what they are asking. Right. How many of you can answer this question? See, I would say that how many of you have actually understood the question? How many of you have actually understood what is clinker, what is the converted of limestone into lime, what is silica bearing clay, and how much is the extent of carbon and all? How many of you actually have understood this? I would say that this is one such question in the exam which could have been easily avoided, right? Easily avoided. But you all have some kind of a something which will take you in the exam that I might attempt this, right? So this is what you need to avoid. Here you can see that my suggestion is definitely to avoid. Otherwise, the second option, if you are confident, if you have done these kind of things by calculative guessworks before the exam in the mocks, if you have done well, then only you could have attempted this. See, definitely cement industry does includes more amount of carbon dioxide emissions, and it is more than 5% for sure, because cement and all those things, very important industry, it can be having a major impact. I would say statement 1 is correct. Then if statement 1 is correct, even then what is the one which is responsible for that? For example, when limestone is converted into lime, clinker production and cement manufacturing, will they provide some amount of carbon dioxide emissions, calcium carbonate and all those kind of things which is there here? The carbon content, is it emitted into the air? It could be. Statement 3 says so. But statement 1, if silica bearing clay is mixed with limestone while manufacturing cement, are we releasing carbon dioxide? Do we know the process, chemical processes here? If you are not aware about the chemical processes, you can ignore this, right? Otherwise, you should have, otherwise you can attempt this. I would consider that statement 2 is right, but nothing to explain statement 1. Statement 3 is right, where it is explaining something about the reasons for carbon emissions. So only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct, and that explains statement 1. Oh, sorry. Both statements are correct, but only one of them explains statement 1. I would go for B. See, this is a new thing. Then one suggestion for you. Statement-based questions are increasing. So focus on such things, right? Statement-based questions you have to follow. Then moving forward. So this question you avoid, otherwise I could consider that both are right, but statement 3 is the responsible for carbon emissions. Moving forward to the next question. Okay, now this is also another tricky question. I think among all the subjects, I felt geography, environment questions are quietly very much tricky or a trickiness, right? Significant trickiness involved here. Let us see the first question. At the 28th United Nations Climate Change Conference, India refrained from signing the Declaration on Climate and Health. Yes, in the Climate Change Conference of 28, Climate and Health, India did not sign. So then you see, usually such kind of declarations, if you have studied climate change, are they legally binding or they are just desirable ones? They are definitely not legally binding. It becomes mandatory it is ideal to decarbonize health sector, but not mandatory or not a binding declaration. These are not legal, right? Can't be implemented. They are desirable, right? That is a discussion about always the climate change. No, it is not implemented. It is not implemented by legal methods. It is desirable. So second statement is wrong. Third statement, if India's health sector is decarbonized, the resilience of the healthcare system may be compromised. See, if we need to decarbonize, one is why did we think that we have actually did not sign this? The reason was we don't wanted to entertain these kind of things in the sense that it will increase the cost overall, right? See, ultimately it is all about proper. If you are ideally in a scenario, decarbonization involves, what will happen is decarbonized. If you decarbonize, what will happen in general? In general is it will make our systems more efficient. You will reduce the usage of you will reduce the emissions of the global greenhouse gases. It will be reducing the climate change impact. So in a way, it is actually good. But definitely in the process, it will increase the cost, right? Particularly a country where a majority of our people are still at the poorer country, still not yet achieved a decent standard of living. To get this, the cost of living would be increasing. So I would consider that if here the resilience of the healthcare system may be compromised, is probably a right statement. Of course, long term it is good, but in the near short term to mid term, it will have an impact on the resilience of the healthcare because the cost would be increased. So I would consider that statement 3 is correct. So with that, what is question number 92? This is the answer would be C. Only one of the statement is correct, and that explains statement 1. Why do you think that we did not sign it? The cost would be increased, and that will have an impact on our healthcare system. That is the simple thing. It's simple, yeah. At our household level, how many of the people are actually interested to go and buy a 5-star AC? Right? Why? Simple thing. Costs are higher. People are reluctant to do. Right? Of course, some people are having that capability, but they don't do. But some people, they don't have the capability. That AC, because of the increasing temperatures and all, it has become a necessity rather than a luxury. So for those people, having an AC itself is a luxury. Having a quality AC for the welfare of the environment, how many people have that ability? That is, and how many people have that thinking as well? Mostly here the question is asking about the ability rather than the thinking. And majority of the country, despite India is a growing power, we see that there is so much amount of population which is having some challenges. So that is the reason why. So the answer would be what? Option C. I think, are you getting me, all of you? Are you getting my approach here? Drshiva Singh, Joshua, are you there? Vaishnavi, are you there? Right? This is the approach. Then moving to the next question. Now, once again, the Paris Agreement question, 94. Right. Article 6 of the Paris Agreement on Climate Change is frequently discussed in global discussions on sustainable development and climate change. Yes, it is frequently discussed, no doubt about that. Then, Article 6 of the Paris Agreement on Climate Change sets out the principles of carbon markets. Is it so? Is it sets the principles of the carbon markets? Yes, the carbon markets, the carbon trade. The question is all about carbon trading mechanism. Article 6 of the Paris Agreement on Climate Change intends to promote inter-country non-market strategies to reach their climate targets. Is it so? Even that is also there. So that is there. It promotes to inter-country non-market strategies to reach their climate targets. Ultimately, what is this? This is the same thing. Say there are two countries. One country has worked on renewable energy. It will get certain kinds of carbon credits. What will it do? As part of the carbon credits, it will tend to gain some surplus and it can sell it. So there is an incentive for the companies which work on renewable energy, and there is some kind of a penalty on the companies which are not working on that. In that way, we are promoting the trading mechanism. So that is what you can say. So the answer is A, right? Then next question, 96. So there is a question on direct air capture. It is also an emerging technology, nothing but this is also carbon capture and storage, carbon sequestration itself, right? It can be used as a way of carbon sequestration. Yes. It can be a valuable approach for plastic production and food processing. Yes. The direct air capture, through which we will capture the carbon from the atmosphere. It can be used for plastic production and food processing in terms of carbonation and all, right? In aviation, it can be used as a carbon for combining with hydrogen to create synthetic low carbon fuel. Yes. Answer is 1, 2, 3. Such kind of emerging technologies, such kind of their utility value are always a possible question in the exam, right? Always try to understand the trends. If you see the trends of environment, anything which is a new technology, which is trying to bring solutions to our present problems, bringing solutions. How does it bring solutions? They can ask a question. Even this is also not so easy, very random. So it is overall understanding of the environment only you can answer this. Otherwise, you would have left this question as well. Right. So this is the question about 96. Moving forward. Now, this is once again, as soon as you see such kind of questions, people will wonder, why did I join this kind of exam and all these things, right? Regarding peacock tarantula, consider the following statements, right? It is an omnivorous crustacean, right? These are no, this is the spider. This is a spider, okay? These are not like crabs and all those things, right? So this is wrong. First statement. Its natural habitat in India is only limited to some forest areas. Okay, that could be there. That could be there. Right? So it is mostly in some of the areas in Tamil Nadu and all, endemic to Eastern Ghats, endemic to some places in Eastern Ghats. Right? Eastern coast, East Coast, I would say. Some places. It's in natural habitat. It is an arboreal species towards trees and all. That is also there. The spider is part of the trees and all. So peacock tarantula, first of all, you need to understand whether it is what it is species. So this is also right. So how many of you are actually aware about the species? And this is quite a random one. It's a very, very old one. Very difficult. I would have not attempted this question at all in the exam because even I don't know whether it is an arboreal species in the living in the trees or whether it is an omnivorous. Maybe I can answer certain level with respect to the first statement, but the third statement, okay, I don't know about these things. So even I would have left this question. Only me, after seeing the answer sheet, I'm able to tell this. So note, evaluate, right? Next question. Carbon dioxide emissions in India are less than 0.5 tons of carbon dioxide per capita. Now, when you study about carbon dioxide emissions, we need to understand what is the per capita emission of our country, right? You all know USA, China, India are quite an important aspect in terms of how much carbon emissions we are having and all. The per capita emissions are definitely more for USA, definitely more for China, whereas for India, they are less, but they are not that much less than 0.5 tons per ton of carbon dioxide of capita, right? So definitely, I would say that the first statement here is not less than 0.5 ton of per capita. This is wrong. Some estimates suggest even around 2.5 to 3 tons of per capita, right? So different, it is always more than 0.5. Different suggestions, 2, 3 and all, I would say it is around 2 to 3. So definitely the first statement is wrong. Second statement, in terms of carbon dioxide emissions from fuel conversion, India ranks second in the Asia Pacific region. Definitely after China, right? There is no such a big country which can emit this much amount of carbon dioxide emissions. So definitely India ranks second. Very logical. Electricity and heat producers are the largest sources of carbon dioxide emissions in India. Are thermal power, right? Logical. So if you have studied the climatology sections, if you have studied the climate change sections, observe the environmental things from the newspapers very carefully, this is a basic question which you should have attempted this for sure. So the answer is 2 and 3C. You could not get this question wrong. So I would say this is an approachable question. Are you following me, all of you? Are you following me on this? Following me? Right. Then moving forward, next question. Now, this is another kind of a difficult question, right? See this one. Consider the following pairs, plants and description. How many of you actually know these things? For example, cassava, woody shrub. Is the cassava plant like a wood and all? Yes. Ginger, herb with pseudo stem. Do you know ginger is a herb, but is it a pseudo stem or is it a stem? Once again, purely biological. You should have if you have known that, you would have answered this. This is also right. It is a pseudo stem, right? Malabar spinach is a climber variety. Herbaceous climber variety, Malabar spinach. How do we grow spinach, right? That is there. Mint, it is a perennial shrub. It is not an annual shrub, perennial shrub. Papaya, it is not a woody shrub. So answer is only 3 are correct. Only 3 are correct. Then the last question, people are tired about completing the question analysis, I guess, today. You see, with reference to the planet Earth, consider the following statements. Rainforests produce more oxygen than produced by oceans. Rainforests do produce more oxygen among the land, but when you compare with the oceans, they are far more significant. So oceans are far more significant. Rainforests are not producing more oxygen than the oceans. So the statement is wrong, right? Oceans are having more capacity. That is what the second statement. You study the first one and second one, they are contradicting each other. Marine phytoplanktons and photosynthetic bacteria produce about 50% of the world's oxygen, is true. 50 to 80% based on different studies. So definitely second statement is right. So either second is right or first is right. Both cannot be right, right? Then well oxygenated surface water contains several folds higher oxygen than that in the atmospheric air. Do dissolved oxygen in the atmosphere, in the water is more, or more water is available, more oxygen is available in the air? Always more oxygen is available in the air, right? So definitely in the surface water, you will not find that much. This is also wrong. So this is also a basic approachable question by common sense. I would say 100. Third statement, only one statement is correct. That is the second statement is correct, B, right? Option is B. So with this, we have completed the analysis of today's topics. So my suggestion for people who are preparing for the 2025 exam and all, sorry, 2026, takeaways, key takeaways. Statement based questions are high. Statement 1, statement 2, statement 3, such things are there, right? Every subject, once again, conceptual clarity is key. If you have conceptual clarity, then you can start apply those questions. Apply them. This is also one type of a question. Of course, every subject has certain variety, but these are some of the fundamental rules, I would say. So key takeaways are these things. So people who have written this exam this today, okay, if you are crossing more than 80, right? More than 80 marks, prepare for mains. There is no debate. Okay, you anyhow don't wait for 15-20 days until the results is out. Okay, go for the preparation, complete them. It would be ideally around 85 only, but anything above 80 you have to prepare. It doesn't matter what is the cutoff right now, because ultimately it is only a sign right now, right? So prepare for mains if it is more than 80. Otherwise, relax for 3-4 days. Don't analyze anything. Okay, sit back, relax, go for a movie, go to your family members or your friends, roam, okay, or watch a movie or a web series. Wind out completely from the preparation of UPSC. 3-4 days, Friday, Saturday. Now analyze where are you standing, what are the lessons out of this prelims exam, and move forward. People who haven't yet written, you write this exam, right? Take the paper, you try to attempt this paper on your own, try to get it right, and then see. Nowadays, I think you all know that ideally there would be some kind of people who have already marked some questions, answers in the key and all. So for those people, don't do that. Instead, you try to write answers on your own, think, and evaluate, right? So that is what I can suggest all of you guys. Anything further, we'll discuss later. I wish you all the best. I wish you a happy learnings. Competition is always the first. Most of you guys, it is always the first learning in life. So with that, I will end this session. Take care, all of you. See you again later on. Take care, all of you. Get back into my Telegram channel. Okay, you type Venkateshwar textbook, you will get that. So once you get into the textbook, my Telegram channel, I'll give you some suggestions and all. Anything further, anything you need, any kind of suggestions, please don't hesitate to drop a message in my channel. I'm more than happy to help you. With this, I'll end the session. All of you, relax, sit back, watch some movie or watch the IPL match, and relax and have a good time. Tata, bye-bye. Thank you. सुमित जी, आप है क्या?